Your move, your move. Your move. Your move. Your move! Your move! Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
your move, your move. your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games. Your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is king of gaming. It's time to
Event. As you will see, as always, it's gonna be best of three, of course, but those important 45 minutes, 5 additional minutes, just like at the YCSs lately, which can play an important role. But why? Because of the end of the match procedure. For anyone who is unfamiliar with it, basically when these 45 minutes are over, we are gonna look at the end of the current phase, and based on the life points, the winner who has the higher life points will be declared the winner of the game and potentially the winner of the match. Unless obviously the score is on a 1-1, which means that during the Swiss rounds that will be a draw. But going back to us here in round 1, let's go through what we are gonna see. Obviously, we have a great match to start things off. And without a surprise, round one is the winner of last year Italian national, which is Diego Ganzerli. And what a player! For anyone who is unfamiliar with it, I think you have not followed much of Yu-Gi-Oh! For the last year, because he came here as the underdog. Basically, his first ever top cut was last year, and he won the event. Then he became known as Flowander is God.
I mean, we saw him playing last year, sneaking into the top cut with an X3 record,
Exactly.
and he ended up winning. But he showed us basically throughout the whole year how basically he piloted the deck. Basically, he kept making top cut at every single event at European level with Flowander's deck, and he showed us how incredibly he performed during this weekend.
Absolutely, and I think some players of this caliber then are doubted because they are maybe a one-hit wonder or maybe a one-deck wonder, but actually Diego performed really well throughout the year. He switched over to Kashtira lately, and he has been on a roll, winning, I think, 3 different Italian regionals. And I think it is one of those rare cases where the winner of last year, I think he's one of the best contenders for winning the event back-to-back, which would be a first in the history of the game. But without further ado, his opponent is not going to give him an easy life here in 1-1, and that is Davide Vallero. But our players are ready. Let's start things off with game 1. Here they are, and both players will actually be on Kashtira. Not a surprise for Diego, as we mentioned. He has been on a roll with the deck, performing really, really well, and he's gonna be up against a mirror match, which is definitely an interesting matchup. And although it's a mirror match, the deck lists are completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I think from what we said previously, Diego has played a lot of events throughout the past weeks. And I think his list basically is what we have seen so far during the last tournaments as well, playing multiple books in his main deck alongside enemy controller, for example, while his opponent decided to play for a different line.
Absolutely, and his opponent in, first of all, surprising for the amount of entrops he's playing, considering also a card like Gamma in the main deck, which is really strong against a card like Drollen Lockbird, which is very popular nowadays. And we will see here if Diego, on the other hand, has decided to focus on power spells, we can say. And to be fair, I think it's actually great that he lost the die roll, because in the mirror match, especially with a list like this, you want to go second. But we might have a Gamma, I think, from... Wow! And this is a brutal opening from Davide. This Gamma in the main deck, which is great, because he's also using the Psyframe Lord Omega.
Yeah.
Wow.
These are so much. Also, I think if you're Diego, you don't really expect your opponent playing Gamma, no?
I absolutely don't think so. And let's see these reveals. What is great about this, wow, and it does find the unicorn, is that Gamma is obviously huge. You get a +1 out of it. But also the greatest thing is that Omega gets out of the field, which then allows you to special summon your Kashtira monsters.
And I think also this is what really gives another addition to the deck. We have said that a lot of our players are basically relying on a different strategy.
Yeah.
And I think this Gamma is paying off. Like last week, for example, we saw that YCS Philadelphia Nibiru was incredibly popular.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here, with this Omega, now Diego is about to lose another card, basically.
Absolutely. Great opening. And the planet is a really good hit here. At the same time, something interesting that we haven't seen a lot in Davide's list is the addition of Kashtira Ogre and Preparations, which basically give you an easier lock 5 that was really popular, I would say, in the previous format. But now, as you mentioned, with the popularity of Nibiru, usually players have cut those options.
But especially because like you really want to be careful. I mean, there are some situations in which you cannot really avoid doing the fifth summon, so you can really run into the Nibiru. I mean, on the other side, I think that this could be risky, especially because like in an 11 rounds tournament, I mean, it will pay off, but now already we can see that Diego is facing a lot of troubles with this because Davide's hand looks incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, now we won't see any more interruptions from Diego. They're playing opposite deck list. Davide basically on 12 main end shops. His opponent only on Ash and Shifter, which means now there will not be any more interruptions from Diego, at least for this turn. So if actually Davide is managing to go for the lock 5, this could be over. But let's see.
I think also running into this event after saying what happened during the last events, how would you approach it? Like in the sense that I think you may know that Kashtira is the most played deck, right? So
Absolutely, and definitely an interesting choice here, banishing the preparations with Rise Art. Interesting.
maybe he drew into the big... No, he didn't, right? No.
No, he just wants to get it back now with the Ogre, banishing the Theosis. And actually also kind of surprising that he went for the monster zones. Sometimes you do see the spell and trap being locked, but maybe he wants to go for a middle ground of a lock free, and that's what we're gonna see here. And yeah, gonna take a look at his opponent extra deck.
And I think also we're witnessing Diego not playing any copy of Infinite Impermanence as well. I mean, he just decided to go for 6 entraps. And
Actually, neither of them are on impermanence.
Yeah.
And here we can see some of these one-offs. Something interesting from both of these players is that they are actually using Elder Entity and Tis in the extra deck, which is really not that popular. Sometimes we saw one of the fossil cards in there as a target, obviously, from Prosperity, but interesting. And now Diego is gonna lose 4 more cards from the top of his deck. Definitely a tough start here for the reigning champion to fight back in game 1.
Okay, now he goes with the Rizard. And I think Davide, it's done with that.
Yeah, interesting start, I gotta say. Not maybe the most convincing one, but he just wants to disrupt some cards from his opponent. And here is where we could see some of these power spells from Diego really pay off. We do not start with Book, which is kind of surprising since he's playing that many copies. But here we could see a talent or an enemy, no enemy even. And we are gonna banish a lot of cards from the deck. Wow.
This is gonna hurt so much because Diego lost a lot of cards at the moment.
Yeah. And here you can see another synergy of the deck with the Omega. You can get back some of these cards, which makes you wonder whether he should have prioritized the first, his own banish from Prosperity, as we can see now. And let's see. Okay, normal summon, it seems, from Diego. And we know that the face down is the preparations, which can be used to get back a Ferrier, for example. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it will make sense, honestly, to just,
Obviously, you need to consider talent and some of these cards, but it doesn't go for it. And wow, there is even an Ash. And I think Diego has seen enough. And so surprisingly, actually, game 1 goes to Davide. Great start, honestly. What we could say, Gamma, whenever you resolve that going second, it's really good. But when you resolve it going first, that's a lot of the time a steal. And it's not a surprise that in the upcoming Forbidden Unlimited list, the card
Yeah.
is going to 1. So here is a demonstration of why and how Gamma can be so impactful. But now, I think things are getting interesting, because what we mentioned is that Diego, as a main deck, really focused on the mirror match.
Yeah.
And I would be surprised if he chooses to go first. I think after siding, he wants to go second in this matchup. And what do you think he might change in his deck?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you, especially because, like, taking a look at his side deck, he has the Gamma. So I think that he will take the advantage of going second, especially because he's playing enemy controller and tape attractive talents as well. And he has a lot of going second cards, for example, like Lightning Storms, Drone Lock as well.
Yeah.
And I think it also is worth mentioning that, as you said, in the I'm pretty sure that in the last 2 or 3 regionals, he didn't lose a single match. So, like, he won them all. So I think he must be super confident with the deck. But of course, like, you are the reigning national champion. You are on future match at the first
You do have
round.
pressure.
You do have it. So
But yeah, as mentioned, he probably is gonna take out those shifters, maybe even the Ash in place of Drone and Lock, which is more impactful, and the Storm. At the same time, he might be worried, you know, from some bias to activate the Droll against this Gamma. On the other hand, Davide, we gotta see whether he will be able to side for going first. Because he has some very interesting cards. His side deck is quite unique.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether he actually reads into his opponent and bring in some of these trap cards like Eradicator Epidemic Virus. But I think without further ado, our duelists are pretty much ready. So let's jump into game 2. Here they are, and actually we do see 2 copies of Book of Eclipse from Davide. And we see a Gamma, interesting.
yeah.
But this was actually well played, we could say, in a way, from Davide. He tried to play around the Droll and Lock by not activating his Terraforming as the first card.
yeah.
And now we'll see whether there is also a Droll and Lock from Diego. He's thinking about Ash, but I think whether he has it, obviously he's gonna be afraid of again a Gamma from his opponent.
Yeah, I think he played it well by not activating the terraforming immediately.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, but there's the Ash.
Okay, interesting, but he will be reassured that there is no Gamma this time. And here you could see the difference between a really good player and, you know, Diego, a reigning champion. Great start, but it's not easy to go through some Book of Eclipse. And I think here we are gonna see immediately being flipped on the Unicorn from Diego. Does he have something else? He has the planet, which is not enough alone.
Yeah.
What would be really nice is a birth, but obviously the second book is there.
Yeah, looks like Diego is considering his options. Let's see whether he has anything else. And he has the birth, so we might be seeing soon the other Book of Eclipse being activated by Davide, and here it is. So both Defender and the Unicorn are being set from Diego's side, and looks like he's going to the end phase, and he will draw 2 cards from the Book of Eclipse. Ooh, okay. Davide drew into the birth. And,
Yeah, and here obviously Diego is going to activate his own copy, banishing face down those cards, so he cannot get it back.
And Davide picks up his cards, and another very quick game, and nothing much to say,
Honestly, a quick one. It's 1-1, and we are going immediately to game number 3. So now that we go back to siding, I think, as mentioned, not a surprise, Diego has a really good deck for going second. My interesting question, I would say, is looking at the side decks. Davide has everything for going first. Do you think he's gonna actually change his deck? Because it seemed as if he decided for going second.
Yeah.
I think he might just side his trap cards, and outside of Eradicator, there is another interesting card, which is Summon Limit,
Yeah.
which is really good against Unicorn, but really bad against Fenrir at the same
exactly,
time.
yeah.
So it's an interesting card to play. But yeah, I really don't think Davide is gonna choose to go second.
I can't do anything else, honestly. Especially because, like, we have seen that in Kashtira mirror match, sometimes players tend to go second. So basically, they want their opponent to start first. And I mean, in my opinion, Davide doesn't really have an option here. Looking at his side deck, he really wants to go first.
I
So
think
it's-
absolutely he's gonna go first. At the same time, though, there are some mind games involved because there is no way that Diego knows about this.
Yeah.
And since you mentioned that he's really experienced, he's gonna expect to go first,
think
and he
so.
might be caught off guard a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think with no matter that, the only thing that could come to cost him is these copies of Dimensional Barrier in the side deck, which are not the best in the mirror match, and especially going second, they would be awful.
Yeah.
So hopefully Diego is not gonna throw into this, but our duelists are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of this match. And what a fast way to start things off here. Not even 15 minutes down the round, and we are already in game number 3, which is definitely interesting here. We were used to long grind games, but sometimes that's how Yu-Gi-Oh goes. And in the meantime that we wait for these players to prepare for game 3, we can go back to us to just quickly talk about the side deck again. And yeah, as we were saying, it's really complicated to play on stream, and especially in round 1 on both sides, you know, you gotta feel the pressure, which is a completely different type of pressure. On the one hand, you have Diego, which is the current national champion, and he has those pressures who, you know, you need to prove yourself again and again and again. On the other hand, there is a completely different type of pressure from Davide, a player who has not yet made it to the top cut, and therefore is in a very tough spot against the national champion on stream. And by the way, this weekend, for anyone who is here live, I suggest you to come and take a look, because we have an incredible setup with a huge crowd ready to watch the finals and the games. Probably tomorrow, we can say. Today most of the crowd is involved still playing, but as we can see, it's definitely a tough stage, and this might be the case why actually it seems as if, unfortunately, Davide presented a deck which had some irregularities on it. So our judges are checking now right away, and we will actually have a call from the head judge. We will come to the table and check whether the deck was actually good and we can go to game 3, or whether actually, unfortunately, Diego is going to be declared the winner on the match because of an excessive side deck and a miscount, we can say, from Davide. At the same time, though, we can go through, I think, what is the expected format for this event, because obviously that changes a lot, but I think compared to other events, our duelist had a lot to take inspirations from, because national season is as active as ever, and especially last weekend we had what a weekend that was, with obviously the UK nationals, and at the same time YCS Philadelphia going on, and although the result was the same, because Kashtira actually won both events, it was quite a different stage. And what do you think in general of what are the decks to look for this weekend?
So for sure, you mentioned, I think that Kashtira is the most sought-after deck played so far, especially because like we have seen a lot of different variants, let's say. We mentioned Nibiru being played last week a lot by players in general, and but I think I'm really looking forward to seeing Labyrinth in action, for example.
I agree.
Because basically, the deck changed a lot. Like, it was a trap-based deck that changed entirely. So basically now you're playing a very small little engine of traps alongside 3 skill drains. And then I think it's an incredibly explosive deck, and I think players are not super prepared to play against this kind of deck. Especially because we saw that either at the UK Nationals and as well in YCS Philadelphia perform incredibly well. But also, if I would need to pick one deck,
As we're already going there.
I would pick honestly Purely.
Interesting choice.
I would pick Purely, especially because like I think it's one of those decks that if played by someone who is really keen on doing well, I think the deck can overperform in a sense that we can see a lot of players in the top cut. So on this side, I might be taking the risk of saying Purely is my pick. So my next question is, which is yours?
I mean, it's interesting. I think I do agree with you that Purely is definitely a deck out there. On the one hand, I think it takes advantage of being a deck that, surprisingly enough, a lot of players are not familiar with. They haven't read most of the cards, and we have seen plenty of times, such as with the Rika deck, still making it to top 4 at UK Nationals, that whenever your opponent has to read your cards, you are on a huge advantage. At the same time, though, I do think Kashtira is the deck to beat. I would, not gonna lie, would be slightly surprised if it didn't win the event, but still my pick is actually gonna be your honorable mention, so therefore it's gonna be Labyrinth, which is basically a deck that can do a lot of different things. On the one hand, it's definitely a deck that can be piloted in 2 different ways, and it can be either a deck focused on the using a lot of trap cards that we have seen in years before, basically wherever you play multiple copies of Skill Drain, Goes and Match, Rivalry, all of these kind of cards. But on the other hand, we have seen lately a new version of the deck, which is quite popular and made it actually all the way to top 8 at YCS Philadelphia, which is the version whether you play multiple copies of the Labyrinth Monsters. And surprisingly enough, you actually don't play that many traps. You play all of the Labyrinth Monsters, and that is actually very interesting because it makes the deck able to play as going second. It makes the deck as being able to play like 12 different end traps in the main deck. And I think that's going to be my pick for the event, although I don't know whether some players are actually going to use it or not. But outside of that, obviously, there are multiple other decks which are interesting for contention, one of which has to be Super Heavy Samurai.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Super Heavy Samurai, honestly, it is a very, very scary deck, in my opinion, because basically with just 1 card, or sometimes 2, you can incredibly extend your combo. And I think it's one of those decks that basically is allowed to play a handful of hand traps, basically, like in between 15 and 18 as well. And we also saw last week he performed very well. And in general, I think it's one of those decks that, taking its spot at this event, I would really like to seeing it in action. Still, if you were to pick your choice and how to basically face it, how would you do that? Because basically we saw that Diego decided, for example, in his Kashtira deck list not to play either the Nibiru or the Impermanence. So, for example, how would you see yourself playing this deck with this deck list, for example, entering as a reigning national
Absolutely,
champion?
but as you can see, guys, we have some short technical difficulties, so we'll go on a super short break and we'll be back in just... Hi guys, and welcome back to the coverage of the WC2 Italian National 2023. Thank you for being with us, and we are just back with the stream. Unfortunately, though, we have some bittersweet, I guess, news for you guys. As we were mentioning, the result of Game 3 is over because Davide unfortunately miscounted while presenting his deck for game 3. He actually had more cards and only less cards in his main deck, 38 cards. So unfortunately, it has been assigned a game lost for game 3, which means the winner of the match is the current reigning Italian national champion, Diego Ganzerli. And honestly, what a match it was. Shame that we couldn't get to see game 3, but still, they both proved that they were very familiar with the deck, that their actually deck building decision played a huge significance in whoever won game 1 and 2. But sometimes that's how Yu-Gi-Oh goes, and I'm sure they will both try their best to make it to the top cut. But without going on a short break, I want to say one important info for you guys. Now that the numbers of players has been finalized, is the largest ever Italian national with a stunning number of 1,633 players. What a number and what an exciting weekend we will have. This means that we're gonna be playing in total 11 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 32, 9 rounds today, and the last 2 before top cut tomorrow. So thank you guys for being with us. It was a pleasure to be here with you in round 1. We will be on a short break, but we will be back soon with Diego, the winner of round 1, for his interview. Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023. We are here with Diego, the winner of round one. So first of all, congratulations. Obviously an interesting way to start things off in round one, but still a really good show on your side. And first of all, how do you feel? So,
I'm very confident for this event. I play Kashtira for to mount.
yeah.
And I'm sure of my ability.
Yeah, we were saying that you won a lot of regionals, win after win after win. So you are definitely in a really good spot in making it this weekend. And we also mentioned Kashtira is the deck to beat. It's the best deck arguably at the moment. But your build is also quite interesting. If you had to mention one card that is your favorite in your deck, what would it be?
Dimension Shifter.
I mean, we remember it very well last year because you drew it so much in top 4 and in the finals, which won you the event with Wanderers, of course. And it's great that it's now again in your deck with Kashtira. But obviously not the greatest in the mirror match, but you have a lot of different matchups where it can be really, really good. And obviously the question and the highlight of the weekend is, last year, it was the largest ever Italian national. This year, the record is broken. We have more than 1,600 players, which is insane. Can you do it back to back? What's your goal?
Yeah, I think that back to back is possible, and I'm very confident in a mirror match with 6 book and 2 econ, feather duster. I'm very confident.
I agree, and we can say that there are a few interesting patterns that, again, it's not only the shifters. There are a lot of other cards which are, again, in your deck, such as the Feather Duster. So we'll see whether that will pay off. But thank you guys for being with us, and congratulations again to Diego. I'm hoping we will see you more later on in the event. Thank you for being with us. This was round one, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more action, 8 more rounds remaining for the day. So keep watching, and we will be back with round number 2.
your move, your move.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of game. It's time
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection. 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games. It's
your move.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games. Your move, your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games. It's
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of gaming.
Your move, your move.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games.
Your move, your move.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games.
Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023 in Bologna. We are here in round 2. We had kind of a rough start with the current Italian national champion Diego trying to defend his title and being successful in round 1. But now we are here with arguably an even better match to show you guys, because we have mentioning how this is quite a diverse format, a lot of different decks, and we will actually have a discussion on the upcoming Forbidden Unlimited list in effect from next Monday, which will impact a lot of different decks. We could say one of them arguably is gonna be the super heavy samurai deck. So I think a lot of players actually decided to bring it for this event because it might be the last chance to play it at full power, and what a better way to show it off than a full super heavy samurai mirror match here in round 2. It's gonna be the one between Sebastiano and Gianluca. On the one hand, we gotta say Gianluca probably has more experience when it comes to larger tournaments, but we'll see who the real samurai is, and I'm really excited about this one. Last chance for one of them to advance with a 2-0 record. Our players are ready. Let's go to game number 1. Here they are, and first of all, what do you think of the deck? I think it's so unique. The last time we saw something like this was like either Monster Mash decks with Gallis in like 2010, or with Sekka's Light, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, especially because basically the deck, as we mentioned before, basically can afford to play just, you know, the package of the Super Heavy Samurai Monster and then a lot of end traps. So basically, you prevent your opponent to basically, you know, activate their cards. But here the die roll would be relevant. Indeed, Sebastiano won it, and is starting things off with the Piercer. So
interesting. So double Piercer. This allows him to play better against Drawn and Lock. And obviously, as you mentioned, this is a very unique deck. Usually, combo decks are 40-ish, we could say, combo cards. But this deck is actually able to run even 12, 15 end traps, as you mentioned. And this would be the first real interesting question. Does Gianluca have a Drawn and Lock or something along those lines? And he does. Yes. So well played by his opponent in trying his best to play around it, but still will be quite annoying.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that being under Drawn and Lock is super annoying for sure. But on the other hand, depending on your hand, you might also be able to combo off through Draw and Lock. Of course, your combo will be, you know, weaker than the standard one. Yeah. Still, depending on your hand, you might be able to extend a little bit. And I think that's what we're about to see from Sebastiano.
Absolutely. So something interesting about this deck is also the end that you want to come up with. Essentially, it's very interesting, the end field, and there are a lot of different ways that you can go for. Here we see actually the hard-drawn Theoren, which is huge. But as mentioned, there are some of these players who decide to end on like an Appaloosa. And here we might see a Ghost Ogre, maybe. Let's see. And yeah, here it is. But Sebastiano could potentially negate it. Looking at the extra decks, though, I can tell you that they are on 2 different builds of the deck. So Gianluca is more of a standard one, where you basically do go for a more, I want to say, standard combo with the Baron and maybe a Lambda. On the other hand, I really like Sebastiano build because he goes into the Bestial Dispeller, and that's a huge card.
Yeah. I mean, I really like this approach, but looking at his extra deck, I think the only maybe change that I would have done is having the second Zeus in the extra deck. Because sometimes he can be very powerful, but looks like that even being under Drawn and Lock and Ghost Ogre, Sebastiano looks like he's not that impressed.
Yeah, at least he will be able to go for a Baron and let's see what he wants to go for. Yes, and that is the Baron through 2 hand chops. So well played, but if that's it, maybe he has a chance from Luigi. Obviously, there can be a lot of hand chops in the end from his opponent, and already here we might see a drawn lock or an Ash coming down.
So I think he started with bike, so he's going through his deck, and we mentioned this before that the real power of the deck is basically that he can start things off with just 1 card and let things go through. So I mean, the deck itself with just 1 card can easily combo off.
Yeah, an interesting ad here from Luigi.
He took the scale, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
usually you go for other options.
I think he wants to force the Baron. I think he has a plan, which I think we haven't seen quite often.
Yeah, obviously going second, the deck changes a lot, and it's not some of the same combo deck. He cannot TK quite easily. But here, as you can see, going second scales is really good because you can special summon it when your opponent has 2 or more monsters. And obviously it has the reborn kind of like effect. Do you agree on this Marner? I guess it's decent, but nothing spectacular. And here, obviously, this is really strong from Luigi.
But especially because, like, I think here the Mourner, I mean, seeing from Gianluca's point of view, I think it was quite clear that he was holding his next play in order to prevent Baron's activation. So the Mourner was not really impactful. Maybe Sebastiano could have held it, but especially because, like, here, the thing is that where do you activate this Baron?
It's pretty pointless if that's all you have, because as you mentioned, the Scarecrow Link pretty much does so much by itself. So unless the last card in hand would have been another interruption, he doesn't really have much of a choice. And yeah, he's gonna go for the Baron. And here we do see the Scarecrow, no response. And Luigi was actually holding even the Nibiru. Wow. Very impressive start here. But Luigi actually, interestingly, gonna go for the Spring Guns.
Yeah.
Because by doing this in this way, you lose out, obviously, on the search from the Soul Piercer. But at least you get to your Therion cards, and Luigi is actually maining 2 copies of Regulus.
Yeah.
But this is huge. This is a Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And I mean, I was mentioning this before, looking at both deck lists, the only thing that maybe I'm not so sure of is playing just 1 Zeus in Sebastiano's deck, especially because, like, playing against Kashtira, basically they can see your extra deck and getting rid of it.
And this is very well played by Luigi, who makes the Zeus, gets rid of a whole field, and can still go for the Regulus in main phase 2 to get back the Soul Piercer and potentially have another interruption. Very well played by Luigi. We mentioned that he has more of an experience, I would say, in this match.
Yeah, I mean, he's used to this kind of matches, especially playing at YCSs and the European level. He's an experienced player, so...
missing maybe that breakthrough performance, I want to say, but like at the same time, even if you lose, sometimes you learn more by losing than winning.
Yeah.
You know something about that.
I know it well.
And yeah, here we see the normal summon, and this is gonna be a matter of reads, whether he thinks his opponent has something else in his hand, but still there is the Zeus, so this is a very tough battle for Sebastiano. Yeah, gonna go for the Link 1 once again. But the problem is that it needs to summon to the zone it points to, and this is the game over straight away. You can Zeus, and this will be enough. I think Sebastiano knows it, and we are probably going to game 2 soon. Let's see whether Luigi will be able to just close this one out right away, and it should be just a matter of seconds. But very well played. We mentioned it though, this is a combo deck, but especially in Gianluca's side, he's actually maining 18 entrops.
Yeah.
So that's a lot, even going second.
Yeah, I mean, but we really like this, especially because, like we mentioned, how this deck can be incredibly powerful by just one card itself.
Yeah.
And can afford to play basically multiple hand traps. And I think the deck is super consistent. And I think what really might change the outcome of your event is the side deck.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we'll talk about that later on, but definitely that is the main difference between these two decks. On the one hand, though, I gotta say, although Sebastiano is playing less, because he's playing basically 14 entrops in the main deck, he is maining the Kashtira Fenrirs, which I'm a big fan of in this deck, especially after siding. We'll see.
And here, Gianluca is going to seal the game now, having a lot of damages on the field.
With the Train King.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is
This
more
is
than enough.
Yeah. And also the train is not super like we don't see the train being played.
No, absolutely
often.
not that popular, but as mentioned, it is Luigi who takes game 1. And what a show from both of these players. Definitely Samurai, I would say, being usually the second most represented deck of the format, although it's still missing that really strong performance. And if we have to find the one behind this, it's probably due to Kashtira, Arisart, and Shifter, because this deck needs to play with his graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the missing point that the deck is really looking for. I mean, sitting at this event, you really want to try your best, and having, of course, this amount of hand traps can stop Kashtira. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, playing against the Arisart is incredibly difficult. Now taking a look at the side deck in general, how would you approach the mirror match? Because I don't think it's super easy, especially because like having all these options, you know, in the main deck doesn't make it so easy. So how would you side in or side out in this kind of
I mean,
matchup?
it's definitely interesting. On the one hand, it's not like you have that many options. For example, from Sebastiano, he has 2 copies of Ghost Ogre, which are amazing in this matchup, and give Gianluca a good advantage because instead he was maining 3.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much about all that he can side in outside of Kaijus, which going first you don't really want. On the other hand, though, Gianluca is already well prepared, and he has some interesting going second cards such as the Pancratops. So we'll see whether that pays off. At the same time, it's really interesting that I think Gianluca is the first player I've seen which decides to side some spell and traps, especially the talent, which is very interesting. Probably for the idea of going into a Zeus, and especially against Kashtira, that's interesting because it will get banished and therefore you don't have it in the grave. But without further ado, our players are ready, so we can jump back into game 2.
Yeah, and Sebastiano started things off with the bike, getting the wagon, and I mean,
this is a good start. So let's see, no Ghost Ogre or no draw. Wow.
Okay.
So it seems like Luigi drew a much slower end.
And here, let's see if for the first time we might be seeing super heavy samurai in action without being, you know, stopped by any hand traps. I mean, Gianluca has, we have said it, 18. So I think statistically,
I mean, this, if I had to take a blind guess, but that's probably based on how I play this game.
Ay caramba.
Ay caramba. It might be the Nibiru bluff, because that's the only card you wouldn't be able to use right away.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a world in which Luigi is just bluffing this Nibiru. But Especially when paired with like a Ghost Mourner, you know, one of those. It's super impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Gianluca is sitting there just, you know, letting his opponent play his cards, and we cannot quite tell. Okay, there's
Interesting. So there is one of those side deck cards, which is the Ghost Spell. Usually this card is much more popular against, you know, Matmec, Branded, Labyrinth, but I think it's a very good staple in this format because of these many matchups. And yeah, here we might see the scales once again, and yeah, it comes down. Very good utility card, both going first and second. As you can see here, we might then go into a Synchro Summon. I think it's what makes the most sense, And this is obviously one good way to start things off, whether you can put the card back into the scale, search, and then summon back the level 2.
But looks like Gianluca doesn't have anything else.
I mean, we could still see the Nibiru, but it's not going to be too great because Sebastiano is not Pendulum Summoned yet. He's going to have 4 cards at the end of this, and he can make a Baron. So if you want to make it, you should probably consider doing it now. And I think Luigi is allowing it. So let's see how greedy also Sebastiano might go, because he's playing the Dispeller, but this should be a Baron. And no, it does go for the grid line, going into the Bestial Dispeller instead of the Baron, and hopefully this doesn't cost him the game.
El Pater.
El Pater.
I mean, would you agree with this? I mean, it might be scary.
I think it's very greedy. I think you win the game even if you don't go for this line, but this is amazing, and this is the opening that Sebastiano goes for. Usually there is also a Lambda, but obviously with the Ghost Spell, basically you get rid of 2 cards from your opponent end, and you still have the Dispeller, which gives you one more interruption during your opponent's turn, and this is huge. So well played by Sebastiano. Can Luigi pull off another miracle with just 3 cards in his hand? Let's see. That is a good way to start things off, for sure. Wow. And yeah, the Ogre even. This is starting to feel like an upfield battle for Luigi.
Yeah, with 2 cards left in the hand.
Yeah, he's going to have a look at the Dispeller. Such a strong card. Not only does he summon back Omega, but when your opponent activates the effect of a monster, you can choose 1 banished card and put it back into the deck, and then you can destroy that monster or negate that effect.
I saw here Gianluca drawing the Monk.
Yeah.
And question, would you play 1 or 2 Monks?
Usually 2, honestly, I gotta say. I mean, although it's arguable, I think it's still important to play 2. You don't need that much non-engine, I want to say. Because even to draw it...
I mean, it's not that bad,
okay.
right?
It's okay. Like, it's totally fine. It's not actually a Garnet, you know. You can actually search cards, so... Okay, here we see one of the extenders. So Luigi trying his best to fight back against this Dispeller. But the problem is that the Dispeller can be used even when the effect is not activated on the field. So we could see the Dispeller now. And this would completely shut the game. So I'm really surprised that he's actually not going for it.
You think is there a reason why he's still waiting?
No, I think he allowed it. Which is definitely surprising from Sebastiano. It looks as if he could just shut this game off. Because here there are some interesting cards, even like a Baguska we could see to just slow things down if he feels like that's enough. But instead we do go for a Synchro. No, okay, interesting. Aussa is the choice, which is a very nice tech in his opponent deck. Is there really another interruption from Sebastiano?
And this is something that we don't see often, honestly. Yeah, he takes back the scales, he goes with it, and I really like, honestly, this for Gianluca.
It's an interesting line. I'm starting to, I'm kind of skeptic that this does anything, but I think Sebastiano is reading this pattern now, and he should have really gone for it before. Unfortunately, now I think he has decided to negate the scales. Wow. I think he's risking this because now, as you can see, he's gonna be able to crush and get a search from the deck.
And might be able to go to combo off later, no? So
yeah, he can, because he can go and get the Soul Piercer, equip it, and go for the Link one, and potentially play. Which his opponent is just giving him a chance. Well, he should have just used the Dispeller as soon as the second monster hit the field.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, well played by Luigi, who is trying his best in a very tough spot. And thanks to one of these very unusual cards, I haven't seen anyone else play Aussa in the deck.
no, I mean, I really like this kind of you know, play, especially because he lost 2 cards. Then the Ghost Ogre was there, and the Draw the Lock as well.
Yeah,
So
this is tough. But he actually, yeah, I think he cannot use it because we are in the damage step. So very good catch by our judges. And unfortunately, though, since he searched for the level 2 bike, he's gonna know what he's up against now.
Yeah.
And it's not like he has a choice, which I think pretty much seals the game. Because either he goes, like the level 4 extender would be nice here, but he doesn't have it. So obviously now we'll see the draw, and I think this shuts down any potential play. He still has to go into the Scarecrow. But okay, no, he's just gonna pass. Yeah. And play is back to Sebastiano. Omega comes back, and this is very tough for Luigi.
yeah, I think he just needs to find a way to seal this game.
Yeah. I think this is more than enough. I mean, there is no need to rush. There are still 24 minutes left in the clock, but it's quite likely that we are gonna go to game 3 soon. Because I would expect it from Sebastiano. He played really well.
Yeah.
He knows the deck in and out, and he should be able to close this one out.
And I think also if I were Gianluca, I would just consider going into game 3 sooner or later.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, here he goes for the Scarecrow. But yeah, as you mentioned here, he's just free to combo off as much as he wants. He's just gonna go for the Scarecrow. He still has the Pendulum Summon. And since he went for the Dispetter, which was kind of risky, he still has access to Baron.
Yeah, yeah.
Which pretty much means he can do whatever he wants right here and right now.
And nothing that Gianluca can do, unfortunately. Just, you know, sitting there seeing basically how his opponent is combo off, and yeah, I think we will soon see a link summon being from Sebastiano, and then also the drain, and then Gianluca has seen enough. We will go to game 3 to see who will be the winner.
Absolutely makes sense. So 1-1, the score is even, and we will find out soon who will be the winner. And I'm not sure what can go down, because as we have seen, this matchup is quite unpredictable. You would think that whoever goes first has an advantage, but as we saw in game 1, if you draw some of these going second options, it's really tough.
Yeah.
And on the other end, I think Gianluca pretty much has whatever we just saw. He just plays his main deck, maybe switches the Gamma once again, keeping those ghost bells. But on the other end, I think Sebastiano has a few more cards that are really good for going second.
Yeah.
Such as the Kaijus. At the same time, he goes and plays 3 Kaijus, which I think are really good against Kashtira. In the mirror match, so-so.
Yeah, they're okay. But he has a lot of options, as you mentioned, going second. He has the Ghost Ogre, he has the Ghost Bells, he has the Kaijus. I mean, he has a lot of different options, so I'm really looking forward to seeing the result of this match. We saw him doing this Spatter combo. Gianluca didn't have anything else going on. He just had the Gospel there, and no Nibiru at all. Let's see now. Basically, it's not going to be easy, but once again, playing all this amount of hand traps in the main deck and also in the side deck gives you, you know, statistically a lot of advantage in the mirror match. It was not the case in game 2 for Gianluca. Yeah, looks like our players are almost ready. So we will soon find out who will be the winner of the game 3 and the match. Let's go back to the table.
Tension is in the air here, because for one of these 2 duelists, unless we get into a draw, and I think it's quite unlikely with 19 minutes, one of them will not be undefeated anymore, and it is Luigi who starts things off in a great way here with the Wakashi, setting up his other scale. And I think he also has a drawn and lock in his hand.
Yeah, saw it.
So the big question is, does his opponent have one as well?
We will soon find out. I can tell that Sebastian is holding an Ash Blossom, that's all I've seen.
And there is no draw at the moment, at least it seems.
The thing is that if you draw the Ash Blossom without having anything else, where do you activate it?
Either, I think it's one of those decks where you need to pray that it's good on the first one. I think Ash is really, really subpar in this match.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, as you mentioned, you just, you know, let's say activate it at the first point and then you just hope.
Yeah,
enough.
and
What?
there is a
Ooh,
Gamma. Ooh, but the driver is drawn.
There.
Wow. What an unfortunate draw by Sebastiano, who is forced to Gamma here. And I think this is brutal. If that's his only interruption, he's left with 3 cards in his hand, and Luigi can still do everything.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, here he activates the bike. That goes through, and I think, yeah, he has the Ash Blossom, and I think saw bike.
This is really, really bad if you are a friend of Sebastiano, because now we are setting up the Baron as well. Let's see. I don't think there is any response, therefore we are gonna get the search from the Piercer, and the Baron can be set up, which pretty much will seal the Nibiru option as
Yeah.
well. Unfortunate by Sebastiano. It seems as if that driver might cost him the match.
Yeah, especially because like in this type of deck, you don't really want to draw. Like,
Yeah.
you know, this.
And here I think you can negate with the Baron. He's thinking about it because obviously if there is a Nibiru, this is risky.
yeah. But,
But I don't know. You can take the bet.
Yeah.
So here I would say the last hope is the Nibiru from Sebastiano, which actually would be amazing. But with double draw in Luigi's hand, it seems very tough to fight back. Interesting to notice, none of them is on the Ancient Gear package.
yeah.
And usually you would go for that line over here. Instead, you can go for Lambda potentially, or for the Ausa, which we have seen. But it is true that he is playing 2 copies of the Therion,
Yeah. Yeah.
so you can still access it.
I mean, I think it makes sense to play also like a different kind of variant of the deck without playing the box package. And I mean, the deck is super consistent. And on the other hand, you can afford to play, you know, the Lambda, which I'm super fan of, especially because like you can take the Gamma and then you can activate it. I mean, I really like it. And here, yeah, he goes with the Wagun and the Wakaushi as well and activates the Genius.
And although you're already has activated the Regulus and was negated by Gamma, there is a nice play that he can make since he has the Baron that has already used the effect. During the standby phase, he can use the Baron to bring back the Regulus and essentially still have a negation. And I think that's a really good play if he sees
He
it.
catches, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, he's considering his line. I don't think he's playing Appaloosa. No.
No.
Yeah. So it's not like he can do too much with these. He could make maybe the Sarutobi, just because it's able to pop the scale, which I think it's pretty decent interruption, I would say. But yeah, for now, very well played. He can also go for the Thief, the one-off. And yeah, here is what we are gonna see. Or the Stealthy.
Yeah.
And yeah,
There it
Lambda plus Omega search into his own copy of Gamma in the end phase. And this is very well played by Luigi. Nice recognition, and if you think about it, one card is gonna get banished, one card is negated by Regulus, and the last card is negated by Gamma. So this is pretty much checkmate from Luigi, and very well executioned. So let's see if he catches this Baron play in the standby phase. That's the only other important thing I would say, and he does. So very well played by Luigi.
Good stuff.
No, nice. I'm really impressed
stuff.
with this play. Nice one.
Because here you go, you just go with the Gamma
And nice handshake. Well played by Luigi. He is the winner of game 3. What a match here in round 2. We mentioned how the Super Heavy deck is really fun to watch and to play. And we had the demonstration here. Very nice mirror match. Honestly, we couldn't ask for more. We picked Luigi because we knew he was on the Super Heavy deck, and we were actually delighted to find out that he ended up being a mirror. And we saw pretty much the whole spectrum. We saw how, even though it's a combo deck, it plays 15 to 18 hand shots, and that is why Luigi lost the role, but still won game 1.
Yeah.
But then we saw also the different lines of the deck, such as the nice pattern combo that we saw with Sebastiano, and the other spectrum with Luigi's combo in game 3. What do you think of the deck now that we have seen this match?
No, I mean, the deck in general is incredibly powerful, super, like with just one card you can basically combo off. What I really like about the deck is basically you have this, let's say, small engine, and it's basically all combined together. And you can afford to play multiple hand traps. So basically you are safe to play against all the matches, like all the other different decks in the format. And I think, as we mentioned before, also having these different kind of plays, such as, you know, the Dispadra Sebastiano did, and also having the Zeus with the triple tacting Salis with Gianluca, having these different options, I think you can have a very good chance to go ahead into the tournament.
Absolutely, and it's one of, I think, those decks where you really don't want to play against it. Because first of all, you need to prepare your deck to it. And it's one of those decks where if you lose the roll, or if you don't really know what, or if you didn't build your deck for it, for example, I'm pretty sure that if we would have asked Diego what deck he doesn't want to play against, one of the answers might have been the Samurai, just because unless he draws the shifter, going second, he's going to lose 100%. And that is a huge problem. But regardless, this was an exciting round 2 for you guys. Thank you for being with us. We are gonna go on a short break, and we will be back with the winner, Luigi, for his interview. welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023. We are here with Gianluca, the winner of round 2. Congratulations.
Thanks.
First of all, it was a very nice match. We didn't expect a mirror match, but obviously, first of all, how do you feel going 2-0 in this event?
I think I'm fine with this event. I have tested more,
Nice.
and I wanna win to this nation.
Let's see, it's still early, but we wish you obviously good luck for the event. So first of all, why did you bring a Super Heavy Samurai?
Because I like the combo deck.
Combo decks?
I didn't like Kashtira autoplay deck.
Okay.
I didn't like it.
It's nice, it's nice. It's definitely an interesting deck. We said a very unique deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you play 40 monsters. It's definitely something that you don't see every day, but it's definitely a good one. One thing that maybe surprises us was compared to your opponent, we played the Dispater combo. You have a different combo, which is pretty much Lambda and just Omega with the Baron.
Yeah, I didn't like this pattern because the Kashtira build plays Nibiru, and if you go to this pattern, you risk the Nibiru on the full board or Ash. I didn't like it.
And it paid off, so obviously good on that. But I have one more question, which is especially about the side deck. So obviously the reason why the deck plays 40 monsters is because most of them have the restriction of no spell and traps in the graveyard. And so what you see even in the side deck usually is 15 more monsters, but you actually have some spells, so Feather Duster and Talent, so tell us about that. Yeah.
The theory is I play Talent for Kashtira because with Arise I use the spell and my spell Duster or Talent
goes
go vanished. Talent in the testing is very powerful than Kurikara because if I shift red, I can see my opponent end and I can build my field. Or go into Baguska or Omega I think is more powerful.
I agree, and I think it's actually a very smart choice because at the end of the day, you only fear Shifter or a Rizart. If they don't have those cards, you probably win. So if they do have it and you have Talent, that's a win-win, and I think it makes sense. So maybe you guys, you're watching home, can take some suggestions from Gianluca, but thank you for being with us. Good luck for the rest of the event. And thank you guys. So this was the end of round 2. We will be back soon with round 3 and a lot more action here in Bologna.
your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of gaming.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
your move.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games.
Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Talent National 2023 in Bologna. We are here in round 3 and we got an exciting matchup for you guys. We just saw a super heavy mirror match in the last round, but there are still a lot of different decks yet in this format to explore, and we have 2 brand new ones for you guys. Because on the one end, we will see Mattia and my personal pick for the event, which is the Labyrinth deck, in particular focused on a lot more on the monsters, and in fact playing only 13 traps in total compared to the usual 20 plus you see in the Labyrinth deck. But his opponent is on yet another deck because it will be Ecleto Mucciacciuoli from Rome with the Purely deck. So definitely an exciting matchup. Ecleto, very well-known writer in Rome, but as well a genius, a billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, we could say. And all that he can do, he will try to prove his skills in this match. But I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long. And I think we are really looking forward to this specific matchup. But before going to the match, who do you think has the advantage in this matchup?
So I don't want to be biased, but my pick for the tournament was Purely.
Fair enough. Our picks one against each other makes sense.
So I think we will soon see what happens. I think like this kind of matchup is very interesting because I think Purely on one hand, I think is a very strategic deck. You just sit there and has a very explosive plays. I think he's also playing Bigfoot in the main deck, something that we don't see quite often.
Exactly, and this actually could be the case for some of the Purely decks are actually blind going second. And it wouldn't surprise me because we have never seen 3 copies of Bigfoot, Danger Bigfoot, in the main deck. So maybe Ecleto is going second, but this would be really devastating against Labyrinth. Our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of game 1. Here they are, and we'll see whether Ecleto is actually blind going second. Could be really interesting here. And I mean, the reason why we can see a card like Bigfoot is because all of the Purely spells discard. They do not discard as cost, and that is why some of these decks are playing a discard engine, such as Dark World cards and sometimes Danger cards. But when you play a card like Bigfoot, that's obviously going to be good going second, but pretty awful going first.
No, exactly.
So maybe he's actually going second, and that would be an interesting idea.
I mean, I also would like it to see basically like the approach of losing the die roll. So basically just say, okay, if I lose the die roll, my opponent will go first, and then I just go second, no? And yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing this match. And now that I see Mattia, I actually played against him the regional in January, and he was my only loss.
Oh, really? Nice. Nice one. So let's see. Definitely gonna be somewhat experienced as well then. Ecleto does have a few top cut finishes, I think also against you at some point.
He lost to me in top 64 in 2015.
2015, back in Necron's format. So yeah, he does have some experience, but let's see. I think Mattia is gonna go first. And as mentioned, usually we saw in the past months the deck Labyrinth playing a lot of trap cards, but as you can see here with some of these new additions, what you can do is some very cool combos with the Stovey and the Chandelier, basically where you can get the trap card face down, and then you can use it right away, and it's great because it synergizes really well with some of the side deck cards as well.
Yeah, I mean, like in general, I think that the deck has evolved so much in a very short amount of time, I would say.
Yeah.
because the approach, as you first mentioned, was completely different. Like, you used to play cards such as Compulsory Evacuation Device, or someone play Solemn Strikes, for example.
Yeah.
And here the deck changed entirely.
And here Ecleto will reveal his deck. And Mattia does have an Ash. At the same time, I think this will be a very interesting matchup for both players.
Yeah.
Because these are not your streamlined deck. You might need to read. And here we see summon on field Bude, also the purely, which obviously can get you to excavate 3 cards and will be negated by infinite impermanence.
And we were mentioning this before. I think that one of the advantages that the Purely deck might be having is that most of our players might not be super familiar with it.
And here we see already some reading from his opponent, which is always a good sign if you're Ecleto.
Especially because he's used to write and read and create stuff, no?
Masterpieces, yeah. And yeah, here though we actually are gonna see an Ash Blossom on the second spell. Does Ecleto have a third way to play? And he does.
Ooh.
Okay, thinking about whether to summon it, but it's gonna be the skill drain. And you can see Ecleto smiling. There can be a chain lady to the effect to set one from deck.
Yeah.
But I think Mattia might have missed the chance here. Let's see if there is a response or whether he's thinking about it. And I do like 3 copies of Skill Drain. I think you can cut all of the other traps, but Skill Drain is just so strong. But I think we are not seeing the lady, unfortunately. I think he might have forgotten about it.
Yeah, he missed it. Still, I mean, having Skill Drain on the field, Ecleto passes to Mattia, and nothing that he could have done.
Unfortunate, because I think this was game over if Mattia actually set the big welcome from the deck. At the same time, this is still a very, very strong position. But maybe the emotions got to him on playing on stage.
Yeah. And I mean, here now we see the Stovey being activated.
Yeah. Gonna set the big welcome from the deck. And what's really nice about this is that it gives a potentially trap-heavy deck a way to play both as going second and also to grind. Because basically, not only do you get some resources, but whether you can get these cards back from the graveyard, it's pretty easy, as long as you remove a monster from the field with the trap effect.
Yeah.
Which the big welcome does on his own, so it's a lot of advantage.
And you can tell that Ecleto is smiling because when Skill Drain is face up, you're not having a good time with that.
At the same time, though, you know what could be really strong in this instance? The Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Because it would be one of the outs to the Skill Drain, funny enough.
And I think also it will be very difficult for Mattia to get rid of the Bigfoot in general.
Let's see. As you can see here, Ecleto is also going to ask some clarification on the effects. But as we can say, basically, as long as Big Welcome resolves, and this is really way too much advantage, as you can see here, since Big Welcome takes a monster back to the end, you can then both activate the Stovey and activate the Welcome Engrave. So basically, you get a +3 out of the one single Big Welcome, and that is insane. So much advantage. As you can see here, gonna activate both this and the Big Welcome. Wow. And this is well played by Mattia. So much advantage.
And Ecleto has seen enough, picks up his cards, and Mattia. Yeah, won your first game.
Mattia looking at the camera, smiling, and now it's Ecleto who gonna try his best to not lose that quickly, because this was a fast game one.
Now, especially, I think that playing purely and facing this kind of deck, you're not going to have a good time with this. Especially because we've mentioned this before, the approach of Labyrinth has changed significantly over the past few weeks, I would say.
Yeah.
And basically 1 week has passed from the UK National Championship and YCS Philadelphia. So maybe not being super familiar to playing against this new type of strategy might not be, you know, so helpful.
Yeah, also because we mentioned how Ecleto's deck seems to be built for going second, but you cannot really afford it because he only has 2 copies of Lightning Storm in his side deck, and the rest is not really for going first.
Yeah.
He does have the Ghost Spell, which is really, really nice against this version specifically. Both Ash and Ghost Spell can be really good, but that's about it. On the other hand, Mattia has a lot of tools. So he's already maining 12 Entrops, and in his side deck he has cards such as some Kaijus, which are really nice against obviously the XYZ monsters and the Noir. And at the same time he has Bestials, which can also be interesting in this matchup. They are not exactly the best, but there is a nice synergy, which is in some matchups with this deck. What you can do is you can activate a Bestial, especially the Magnamut, and then you take it back to the end with the big welcome, because it doesn't say just Labyrinth monsters, and you can activate the Magnamut again, which is a nice addition. But I think regardless, Ecleto is gonna try to build up his board, and I'm really looking forward to seeing these Bigfoots in action, which I mean, can be really strong. They can get rid of these cards such as Kill Drain.
Yeah.
But our duelists are ready, so let's jump back into Game 2. Here they are. So first of all, I do see a driver, unfortunately, in the end, once again.
And Gamma.
Yeah, and Gamma. We might see this on the purely second time this weekend that we see both driver and Gamma being drawn, but instead is the impermanence. Makes sense. You need to use the impermanence first, because if you use the Gamma, then it's completely useless. And we might just see the Gamma now.
Yeah, I think I would.
And this is great stuff. But I think Ecleto will smile whether he sees that his opponent drew the driver.
Yeah.
Does he have an Ash maybe that he wants to activate here? No. But as you can see, Ecleto gonna have a nice smile seeing that his opponent drew into the driver. But this might be enough to stop the turn from Ecleto. And the rest of the end, maybe the lady?
Yeah, better than the lady.
Yeah. And Barrier is really strong in this matchup.
Yeah. Ah, the one also.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's it. So Ecleto passes play back to his opponent. And this is also a nice synergy. Since Infinite Impermanence has been activated, you can special summon the lady, and Ecleto is already smiling kind of ironically about this position. And wow, a nice touch from the side deck. Wow, I didn't expect to see Mudora.
Ah, it's a normal summon.
It's fair enough. It does its job, and it's actually quite nice against Purely.
Yeah, I mean, when hits the field...
Yeah, I mean, the nice synergy, obviously, here is that you can draw it alongside the 6 of the ways to discard to set a Labyrinth, and then it does something else.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just a normal summon. And Ecleto gonna have a few problems here dealing with this.
Especially because, like, the deep barrier is set.
It's one of the best cards by far against Purely.
Yeah.
They literally cannot do anything. Their entire extra deck is pretty much XYZ.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be a huge problem.
Ooh, there's the Bigfoot.
Bigfoot coming from the end. And actually it would be really bad to discard here. Luckily for Ecleto, this is not the case. And it's gonna be a 3000 attack monsters. But yeah, here there is not much that he can do. He can excavate and see what happens.
And I think the Bigfoot being drawn by Ecleto might be maybe the game changer.
It could save the day.
Yeah.
There is no skill drain, and here we see 2 different options, but obviously he's gonna pick the spell because he thinks that he can go for an XYZ summon. but he's gonna see the dimensional barrier, which if you're Ecleto, then you're not too happy because he can chain the lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you can see here, Ecleto allowed it, which is gonna be really strong. He forgot about the lady in game one. Luckily, he now remembered, and he got to set a welcome. And this is tough if you're Ecleto, because you need to crush most likely into the lady, but then what can you even do?
That's the point. Especially because he's left only with 3,600.
Yeah.
So, not the ideal situation. Especially
Maybe the anima, though, could be nice because of the positioning, I think. That's the only card. Yeah. At the same time, he's going to force the Mudora. Yeah. To chain, but this is still a nice recognition by Ecleto. If you're playing against this deck, you should always keep in mind whether you position your monsters in a certain way because of this card, which, by the way, we have seen last year in the top 4, winning actually Diego his match because against the Baguska. And yeah.
And I think here you will crush, right?
I mean, you have to, I think. I'm surprised that he actually put back the impermanence. Do you really want to top deck into impermanence?
I don't like it, honestly.
Oh,
there's
but
a
this
talent.
could be a nice one. There is a talent. But what can you even do with this? Does he play any Link Shu? Maybe the Furier? I can't quite tell. I gotta say, Ecleto, you're a writer, but your handwriting is awful. Yeah. And he goes fishing for an answer. Doesn't seem to be too happy, but he's gonna just crush.
Especially because if you go talent draw 2, what you're really looking like to draw. That's the
Probably
point.
just a way to stay in this game and some resources. But now it seems as if he's just gonna set a couple cards and plays back to his opponent, who doesn't really need to top the. Oh, and he does get one of the best cards here with the Arianna.
Oh, no impermanence also.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, is not the best, because if you impermanence here, they can chain the big welcome and basically play around it.
But I think with this Arianna,
This is tough.
Yeah.
Because what you can do is you can get to the Lovely, and the Lovely every turn can set the barrier face down, which is huge. And I think this is the line here. You go big Labyrinth to get the Lovely, and this way you can both pop cards, and then you have so much advantage. Very nice play here. As you can see, he's gonna swing over the Anima, and by having the lady on the field, he can now activate the big welcome, chain the lady if there is not an Ash, but there is a Bell. So nice, nice one, nice save. At the same time, though, we shouldn't forget that the big Labyrinth has also a graveyard effect. So during his opponent turn, it will be able to basically have a compulsory-like effect.
Yeah, I think he's explaining it to Ecleto.
Because he just passed back to his opponent. Udo has a chance. Now the situation doesn't look that awful. And he's gonna start things off with the Book of Moon, because this turns off the big welcome that requires you to have a level 8, Fiend. And I think he's actually gonna chain it this way. He can actually get a draw from the Arianna. And I think this makes sense. As you can see here, he's gonna activate his effect. He just needs to draw Kev. I mean, just gonna shuffle to make sure that there is no mistake here. Gonna draw a card. Okay, I guess the Stovey effect. Not the best here, but is that the last card in hand from Ecleto? I think so, right?
Yeah. Doesn't have anything else.
So it's pretty much one pure lily against the ward, but it could be enough.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ecleto found what he was looking for, and now I think we can see some.
Finally, some pure lily action.
Yeah.
And as you can see here, this is a nice effect. It gets Shoe Spell and Traps from either player graveyard. And this is one of the reasons why you can get to a huge Noir.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can also get to a huge Zeus, which is honestly nothing to joke about. We saw some versions of Zodiac being really good for the same reasons in the past years. And this is just an alternative win condition for the deck.
And I think after, having said there, the Gamma was activated and impermanence and all the stuff, finally Ecleto got to see the first purely cards. And, I mean, being left with 1,500 life points still, here is showing us what the deck is capable of. And with the Sleepy now being activated, I think we will soon see a Noir hitting the field.
Yeah, he can guarantee a draw as well during the standby phase of his opponent. And as you can see here, this has so much potential from Ecleto. And yeah, as you mentioned, here comes the Noir, such a powerful card. Essentially, as long as it has 5 materials under it, and this is the case, it gains so much protection, as well as the possibility, since it's not once per turn, to just detach 2 and disrupt your opponent. And I think he has 6 or 5 materials, 6 probably,
Yeah,
right?
6 it should be.
Yeah, they're just doing some math to check how much the attack will be. And that's pretty much about it. And as you can see here, I think Ecleto is about to end, and Mattia is thinking whether to use this lady in the end phase. Doesn't make much sense, and during the standby phase, his opponent will be able to draw a card, and this seems like an uphill battle for Mattia, who didn't even go for the discard Labyrinth effect.
Yeah, because now he drew into the Chandelier, and doesn't look so promising, honestly.
It seems really tough to fight back against the Noir. It sometimes is tough to fight back with 6 cards. In this spot, even more.
I think he entered battle phase.
Basically, what Ecleto can do is detach 2 to target a card on the field or graveyard and put it to the bottom of the deck.
But yeah, I think they're counting how many materials there are. Because with a spell being underneath, I think the Noir gets plus 300.
Yeah, because Noir without any materials is obviously only 1100. And this is exactly what they're checking for. And here he will go for either the Stovey or the Chandra. It doesn't really matter. They have the same effect. And as you can see here, Ecleto is going to detach 2 to send the nearly set trap to the bottom of the deck right away. And honestly, it seems as if this game is gonna be almost impossible from Mattia. At the same time, he has some interesting side deck options that are also the reason why he's not really interested in picking up his deck as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree.
And as you can see here, Ecleto smiling ironically in game 1, smiling out of joy here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing how the game 2 started, honestly, I think I would have never expected to be at this point. I think this might have been a 2-0 match.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I think here Ecleto was able to come back.
And honestly, the key was the ghost bell.
Yeah.
We mentioned how this deck looks really good, but once deck lists get, you know, used to the deck, and if Ash Blossom and Bell are both free copies, it can be a big issue for this version of Labyrinth.
So here I think that Ecleto took a lot of advantage, and
as you can see here, he will be able to search his deck for another card. And I think, yeah, this seems really tough for his opponent to fight back from.
because I think he's only left with
The lady?
right?
Yeah.
That's it.
And Ecleto knows about the lady too. So he knows that he's completely safe. He cannot even be special summoned at the moment. And as you can see here, he can just search as much as possible. Here, the Noir is gonna attack directly, just counting some damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, we are gonna see a huge Zeus in main phase 2. I think Mattia is gonna check his draw. It might be a pot, which is decent enough, if you ask me. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there is much that can save him. As you can see here, gonna banish 6, check, and then gonna draw 2 more. And it's Arianna, and unfortunately another extravagance, which is completely useless, and basically made it so that didn't matter. And with that being said, I think there is not much hope for his opponent. He's gonna go through his deck, search a card. This obviously makes it so that he can use now the lady.
Yeah. But honestly, I mean, it doesn't look promising.
No. The best could be just to search either a trap or one of his cards, just to set another one. And he does go for the Stovey. What's nice about Stovey is that it's a level 2.
Yeah.
And it gets special summoned from the graveyard, which, although it's not a tuner, allows this deck to easily go for one of the most powerful Synchro Monster released lately, which is the Chaos Angel.
Yeah.
Which maybe we will see either in this game or in the next one. And it's a very interesting card because, as mentioned, it doesn't require a real tuner. But I think Mattia has seen enough. He picks up his card, which means we are gonna go to game 3. It's 1-1. And now score is even. Mattia most likely gonna go first, which means he will side out some of these entrops, and gonna side some of these interesting trap cards. We have seen the one of Dimensional Barrier, but we might see both the Eradicator and maybe some other viruses in his side deck.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, at least I would be happy if I were Ecleto of winning this game 2, which started incredibly, you know, like, everything was wrong. So the impermanence, then the gamma. And now here looking at the side deck for Mattia going into this game 3, I think I will see him as a favorite.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, on the other hand, Ecleto is just sitting on 2 Lightning Storms. He doesn't even have the Artist Feather Duster.
Yeah,
for
at the
example.
same time, though, we mentioned he has 3 Ash and 3 Bell,
Yeah.
which I think are really, really good. So if I had to take a blunt guess, I think if Ecleto is to win this game, it's because of these cards. If he draws into Ash and Bell, even both maybe, I think he's still favorite. If he doesn't, it's definitely gonna be tough. Because even the Lightning Storm, it's pretty awful in this matchup. You don't set that many cards, and most of them are chainable. So I think it's really gonna be down to the Bell and Ash. But it seems as if Mattia is taking his last decision on what to side in. Remember, this is a crucial moment because one of these duelists will advance with a 3-0 record. And just as a reminder, with 11 rounds of Swiss and top 32 only, with 1,600 plus players at the event, you basically need an X2 record and you're not even guaranteed to make it to the top cut. So losing early on can be really deadly. Our players, though, are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3. And here they are. So it seems as a fast opening here from Mattia, actually setting 3 face down.
Okay.
Which is surprising and could make Ecleto life much happier if he has the Lightning Storm. Let's see. I think main phase is actually entered. And there is not a Lightning Storm here. But there is gonna be one of these purely spells. And
Gamma?
I think he has Gamma and Keldo. Interesting, actually. So he kept the Gamma. Here we see the Bigfoot. Unfortunately, he doesn't do anything here because there are no cards face up, which is a shame. And the Gamma is actually gonna be really strong.
Especially because I don't think Ecleto is expecting it.
Going
No way.
And yeah, here we could see the pure Lily. I think you must.
I mean,
Gamma.
you have to. Yeah. You cannot even think about it. Yeah.
He's gonna Gamma, and here Ecleto is caught off guard by this decision. At the same time, he can use both Gamma, both Ash and Bell. He does.
Okay.
But I think if you're Mattia, you're super happy about this Bell.
No, of course, like, you must be super happy. The thing is that if he has impermanence, I think, that's the thing. Yeah.
This is huge, because you get to keep the Gamma.
Yeah. This hurts so much. And you can tell Ecleto is still considering chaining something else. He has Book of Moon. Okay.
Yeah, Book of Moon, which is okay at best, if you ask me. It's not like you gain much out of this trade.
Yeah.
Because they still have the Gamma.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. I mean, it's basically 1-for-1, but the Gamma is still alive.
Yeah.
So it's...
And you need to out the Gamma.
Yeah.
At the same time, something that we could also see from...
but the talent is activated in the same column.
Yeah, in the same column. Same column as impermanent. But, yeah, it didn't... So he couldn't activate the Trust because Bell actually negates the activation. So that's why the judge corrected him. At the same time, he couldn't use it in the same zone, but since Infinite Impermanence didn't resolve because of Book of Moon, he's still fine. But the reason why he cannot use the Trust is because Bell negates activation, which is something you should keep in mind. So a little bit of confusion, but here we are back on track. And as you can see, he gets to reveal 3 purely, normal summon 1, and let's see whether he's gonna get gammaed here. What do you think?
I mean, he knows that the other cards in Ecleto's hand is thrust. I think I will go with this gamma.
Yeah. And here is the gamma resolving, which means now Ecleto can use this thrust. And again, Ecleto, just in case, activating it in another column. And what do you think he might go for here? Maybe just the talent?
Maybe just the talent, yeah. I don't think you want to get the lightning, right?
No, you cannot use it.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
it's useless.
that's awful.
So
Yeah.
it's-
He
but
does get the talent, maybe just to draw.
you draw two, right?
Yeah. I think you draw two and that's it. Makes sense. You just want to draw into more quick spells. And let's see, Ecleto doesn't seem too happy about it. And I think he passed. Wow. Hard brick on those draws, and I think I did see some welcomes, but maybe there is an Ash. Is there an Ash from Ecleto? There is, and this at least makes it somewhat fair, but wow. He has both big welcome and that is huge.
You can tell Ecleto is smiling, but
So I think something nice here could be getting like a Stovey, because he has the Keldo to discard with the Stovey.
yeah.
For example, this could be an interesting play.
Yeah, he's considering it, but
I think it's actually nice
Yeah.
because you get it back, you get one more interruption in the grave, one more welcome card, and I think it is. So well played by Mattia. And this is the nice synergy of the deck. He's able to activate the Stovey with the Keldo. And this allows him to get the big welcome, which is nice because next turn you activate the big welcome, and when it resolves, you get back the Stovey and the welcome from the graveyard.
yeah, super nice.
So this has to be a big welcome for sure.
Yeah.
So unless there is another Ash or Bell in the end from Ecleto, which could be there, because he bricked on purely, this is going to be so much advantage. Let's see if there is a response. And there is another Ash. Nice. So you can see Mattia smiling. And this is actually tough. Only a face down card. It all comes down to this, because my friend Purely can activate, the Pure Lily can be there. So I think this could be actually Ecleto's game pretty easily if there is nothing else there.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't draw any purely spells before, but the two Ash Blossom weren't there, so...
Plus the bell.
Plus the bell.
Oh, wow. But there is the welcome. And this is insane because you can get the Lovely, maybe?
Yeah.
I think Lovely is better.
Yeah.
Because if you get Lovely, you get two pops. And he does recognize this. Wow. So basically what you can do is you can banish the big welcome to have a compulsory-like effect.
Yeah.
And then you get back both the Stovey and the set, which you cannot use. You can use basically the one from the previous turn. I don't know what Ecleto is asking right now, but after there, basically you have two interruptions.
Yeah.
Okay. Still, do you wait here or do you use it right away?
I think I would use it, seeing that Ecleto basically passed before. So, looks like he's waiting.
Oh, but I think I would have used my friend first. Because here there is a risk. Let's see. At the same time, Pure Lily is not the greatest because you have the Keldo.
Yeah.
So Keldo is a nice interruption against, obviously, the purely cards in the graveyard. And as you can see here, Ecleto just asking some clarification on his cards. And as you can see here, I would have liked my friend activated before. But I mean, better late than never, so let's see. Oh, is that not just on monsters? Okay, nice. So as you can see here, unfortunately, he cannot use any of his cards.
Yeah.
And that is actually quite surprising that you would want to use that on a spell.
Exactly. That's
Because you get a +3 out of it.
Yeah.
You get the pop with the lovely, and you get both the cards back. So I'm really surprised by this choice. And yeah, as you can see here, Keldo is used. There is nothing else going on from Mattia. And wow, there is another thrust.
And this is very, very strong.
Yeah, this is huge. Ecleto kind of smiling. Is he gonna go for the talent draw 2 again? But there is so much that he can draw to just win this game easily. Yeah, goes for the talent. And it seems as if after a rough game 2 and 3, he might go for the comeback.
Yeah. Here it comes, and I think he's going, to draw 2 cards.
Any spell is good enough. Does he pick up anything relevant?
Yeah, I think any of them is just...
Oh wow, he apparently doesn't, but he goes for normal summon Bell into the Donner Furier to just pop both cards. Is that really all he drew into? Wow. What did he draw into? Pass back to his opponent who draws and set just one face down card.
Incredible that he didn't draw any
Honestly,
purely
what did
spell.
he draw into? Okay, finally picking up some action. And the set, Mattia is considering it. And it's again a big welcome, but
there's
the bell from Ecleto. What are these draws? But yeah, it seems as if finally he has extinguished his welcome trap card and kind of frustratingly watching over that. I think one of his last win condition was this, because there were 5 minutes remaining. So maybe he could have stolen, the game out of Ecleto, but now I think all hope is lost, and I think Ecleto will be able to easily win this game and match. But what a match it was.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Ash Blossom being activated and then 2 Ghost Bells, so he drew 3 and 2. So it's quite a good number, I would say. And there he comes the Zeus, and I mean, now it gets very complicated for Mattia.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible. Mattia needs to draw Extravagance, probably, to even have some hope. And he goes into the clock. He's then gonna use his big welcome engrave to at least get rid of the Zeus.
Yeah.
And this is actually really nice, because when it resolves, you actually get to set 2 down.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Yeah, I think it's one of the nicest cards that he could have drawn into. But
Yeah, he tried to bounce it back to his own end. The Zeus was chained, and that's it. Unfortunately, the big welcome sends a card back from your field unless you have a level 8 field. So he tried his best, well recognition by Ecleto. And now, yeah, as mentioned, there are about 3 minutes left. Ecleto is gonna be able to push a lot more damage, and as you can see here, Mattia smiling to some of his friends in the crowd, knowing he gave out, honestly, all of his best.
Yeah.
Put up a good fight, but unfortunately, it seems as if Ecleto was just the better player.
And it's becoming incredibly impressive now with this field being put up by Ecleto.
As you can see here, gonna activate the trap to just shuffle back some of his level 1s. Not that it matters too much, as mentioned. He's already on 10,000 life points, and he's gonna be able to just push more and more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enters battle phase, attacks 3,000, attacks with his other monster. And yeah, I don't really see what can be drawn from his opponent.
Yeah, he also goes with my friend, but
Handshake coming down from Mattia, and the winner of the match is Ecleto. Congratulations. Let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match it was. Two decks we did not see yet in action, and they put on a show. What a treat was this round 3. Honestly, what a comeback by Ecleto.
no, I mean, honestly, I was not expecting it, especially because, like, game 1 was, I mean, Mattia had the perfect end. So there was really nothing that Ecleto could have done. And game 2, it seemed as if it was on Mattia's side.
Yeah.
And I think that Ecleto basically was saved. There was like a specific moment of the game in which he was able to come back thanks to that bell.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, after game 1, we mentioned looking at the side decks, what could be sided in. And what I told you is that although this version of Labyrinth is really interesting and much better at going second, the number 1 problem of the deck is Ash and Bell. Those are the 2 issues. And I did say that whether Ecleto was going to win this match, it was because he would be drawing into multiple copies of this card. He drew 3, so that's pretty much why he was able to win this match. Although Mattia also had some very fortunate draws with the big welcome traps.
Yeah.
Regardless, it was a very nice show. This means that Ecleto is moving on with a 3-0 record. Very nice chance here. Regardless, thank you guys for being with us. If we have the time, we will try to get back with you with a very short winner interview with Ecleto himself. Keep watching. And here we are back with the winner of round 3, Ecleto. Congratulations. What a future match it was. Very back and forth. So first of all, how do you feel?
It was very difficult because Labyrinth is my hardest matchup.
Yeah.
And I played a lot against it, but the bell comes up a lot, and it was clutch also the trust for me.
Yeah.
Even if I cannot set for Lightning Storm, it was good because talent and
Absolutely.
but it was of course the hardest matchup I had.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, you are 3-0, so very good start of the day.
I hope so.
And you are also the first purely player that we had this weekend. So first of all, what went behind the decision? Why are you playing this deck?
Okay, I know that there will be a lot of Kashtira in this tournament. I wasn't so confident about mirror matches, even if I played the deck about 2 months.
Okay.
But I think purely, especially going second against Kashtira, as a good matchup, because just the Rise Art I can easily out it. For example, I play Book of Moon and Bigfoot that are so strong against Kashtira, especially Rise Art. And so the deck is extremely powerful against in going second strategy, and going first Noir against basically every deck in the first game is so strong. And I think that I had also a lot of flex spot during the testing, so I think it is a correct deck.
It's definitely interesting deck. We mentioned how also maybe not everyone is so familiar with it, so we could see it. They also had to read your cards, and that's always a nice
It's a pretty
feeling.
new deck.
Yeah, and you already mentioned the card, which is obviously the biggest surprise in your deck list, was the 3 copies of the Bigfoot, which also had us think, and that's the question for you, in game 1, do you blindly go second, or do you still go first?
No, I'd like still going first, because Kurikara and Kaijus are not in the main deck usually.
Okay.
So it's very good to go in first, but even if I lose the die roll, I can be confident with the list. So
Makes sense. Makes sense.
in a Kashtira format.
And yeah, obviously it is. And after siding, you do have instead the option potentially of going second in some matchups, which I think makes the deck really solid. And as we saw, one of the win condition is making a huge Zeus, we could say.
Tiramisu, yes.
Exactly. But no, congratulations again. Hopefully we will see more of you later on throughout the weekend. But thank you guys for being with us. This was the end of round 3, but still 6 more rounds for the day, so don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with round number 4.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to
Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023 here in Bologna. No, you didn't switch over to the German Nationals. We just got some chilling with the air conditioning, but we're back here as heated as ever for round 4. And what an exciting matchup we got for you guys. First of all, both players undefeated at the moment on a 3-0 score. And yet again, another deck we have not seen performing, and who to do it best than who is considered at the moment arguably the best branded player in Italy, which is Pierluigi Sorrentino. He has obviously a pretty accomplished player at some international top cut finishes. Again, one of those players missing that win, and without jinxing it, it could be his day, but he has been playing the branded deck so much, and I am a fan of the deck. It's really fun, he can do so much, and I really want to see it in action, but I think his opponent is no one we should disregard.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, we have Gianluca Vagnoni from Rome. Once again, another accomplished players with nationals and European top cut events finishes, and he's on Kashtira. And not only that, he's playing a list that is, let's say, card by card, Diego's list.
Yeah, they are on the same team. They have been playing Kashtira for the past months. And Gianluca, I think, has at least a couple top cut finishes and a very good positioning, even at regionals with the Kashtira deck. So we could say on a kind of interesting approach, we have a Kashtira master against a branded master. Who is gonna win? On paper, Pierluigi, I know, considered this his best matchup. Let's see if that comes to true. Our players are ready. Let's go to game 1. Here they are, and once again, just like you mentioned, the same deck list as Diego means pretty much no entrops outside of Ash and Shifter. So if Pierluigi wins this die roll, unless there is an Ash, he's in a very good spot, but I'm pretty sure he loses to a 10 from Gianluca, who will be going first.
And here, as you mentioned, I think, if you are Pierluigi and you are facing Kashtira and you know that is your best matchup, do you want to lose the die roll?
I don't think so, to be fair, but at the same time, we can see how Branded is a very interesting deck. It's pretty much a combo deck, but can play second as well. And that is why, though, it's probably the deck with the least non-engine cards. And that can be seen as Pierluigi is only playing 3 Nibiru, and that's it.
I mean, we have seen the Branded deck being played over the past few months, and I think especially during this format with the gimmick Puppet Nightmare as well, is incredibly powerful. And also Pierluigi is relying on some spicy in his main deck with Gold Sarcophagus, for example, which is something that you don't really see quite often.
But more importantly, I would say one of the other inclusion is 3 copies of Super Polymerization. That is a card that obviously is non-engine, but a kind of a thin line because you can use it also to advance your combos. But in some matchups, it's obviously insane.
Yeah.
Let's see though if Gianluca is gonna play around Nibiru. It doesn't seem so. He's not going for just a riser pass. And this means that if there is a Nibiru in Pierluigi's hand, this is huge.
Yeah.
At the same time, I gotta say, listening to some of the best players in the world, such as Jesse Cotton, on this matchup, what they say is, if a deck is not playing a Pot of Desires, it means that banishing cards from their deck is really good. So he usually goes for Diablosis, even just to banish 8, because it makes sense. You know, they play a lot of one-offs. If you get rid of those forever, it can really hurt the game.
Yeah, I think as an approach is super consistent. And let's see here what Gianluca's lineup will be. Are you a fan in general of locking as many zones as possible?
I think this is what we're gonna see. We're probably gonna see the full all-in going for Diablosis, but is there a Nibiru from Pierluigi? Doesn't seem like it. And he's gonna go for a Rise plus Diablosis, locking 3 zones. Again, choosing the monsters, very surprising in this matchup, but maybe working out for him. No Nibiru here, which means there is no Nibiru.
Yeah. Good news from Gianluca, who is now taking a look at Pierluigi's extra deck, and you saw him having...
a lot of one-offs.
Yeah.
So he could actually go for either some targets from the Super Polymerization, such as the Starving Venom.
Yeah.
But let's see, he has a few options for sure.
Yeah, I think, you can tell he's considering it. Also, the Mad Dragon, it's a very nice hit.
Both are pretty much really good with Super Polymerization.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he's considering whether... Because, like, maybe he understood that there might be a Super Polymerization in Pierluigi's deck.
Yeah. At the same time, here, we can assume that Pierluigi has some tools for going second, because there is a good chance that otherwise he would have scooped to just prevent his opponent from knowing what deck he's on.
Exactly.
And now he's obviously gonna look at what it banished. And yeah, gonna lock even a 3rd zone, I believe, unless he forgets. And as mentioned, 3 zones are locked. Our Ice Art is with 3 materials, and this is a very strong start by Gianluca, who in the standby phase is able to special summon a Fenrir or Unicorn from the deck. Wow! And even the Prosperity to just put more materials under our Ice Art. What targets is he playing for the Ice Art?
Here, there's the Donner, right? Yeah.
The anti-TNTs, just like Diego. So he can pop a card when that's sent to the graveyard, I believe, And not much of a choice here. Definitely not what he was looking for. Ash Blossom would have been the best. You can take a book, I guess. Or really the Eclipse one? I think Book of Moon is always better.
Yeah.
Because you lose the zones locked from Shangri-La.
Exactly. I mean,
And also Book of Moon, yeah, I don't know. This could be an interesting decision. But as we can see here, it gets back the entity, potentially. And yeah, that's the card he chooses, which is a nice addition to the deck. Because whenever they get rid of the Arise Art, you can then destroy a card on the field. But I still think Book of Moon might have been better.
yeah, I mean, I would have picked up the one, especially because like with the Eclipse, you don't really resolve that much.
Yeah.
Given the situation.
But this is obviously an interesting position because as soon as your opponent plays any card, you can use Arise Art and lock the remaining 2 zones.
Yeah.
So let's see if Pierluigi has maybe a Super Poly would be nice. And it is Super Polymerization, so nice pickup by Pierluigi. This is gonna hurt a lot. And also, let's see what card in the end was banished by the Diablosis from the extra deck.
Yeah, I think he might.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he got rid of the Mud Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Starving Venom is there. At the same time, what can happen here is that we can use the Elder Entity to pop a card.
Yeah.
But if he goes to destroy the Starving Venom, it can then be used to get rid of the Shangri-La. And that's why I think he used it in the throw phase. So interesting line, I think.
Yeah, and I think he didn't use the entity, right?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm a big fan of the entity, I gotta say. But I don't know. It's paying off, and here it just gets the Fenrir in the standby phase, but I think Pierluigi is in a very good spot.
Yeah, I mean, with the Super Polling being activated, honestly got rid of a lot of troubles, and
at the same time, I think also the birth can be somewhat annoying because, for example, if Branded Fusion is activated, you can then banish whatever they send face down and lock another zone. And here we see the gold sarcophagus, nice throwback. In this deck, it's particularly nice because you can banish, instead of like Foolish Burial, you can banish both the Tragedy or the Mercurier. And let's see what he has left. It is the Mercurier. Gianluca thinking about it. He can use the birth just to get rid of some useless spells, we could say. At the same time, he's going to be able to use afterwards the Fenrir. And yeah, gonna resolve, but Fenrir can be used in a new chain to get rid of this Venom. Let's see. Yeah, gonna go for it. So gets rid of the Venom face down and gonna lock a 4th zone with the Kashtira, but I think you can also use it to then destroy itself to play around the Albats, which I think would be an interesting play. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think...
like, you give them the zones back, but I think it's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it depends also on what Pierluigi is holding at the moment, because, yeah, now he goes with the Albats. Yeah, he gets rid of the Saronin, not that it matters that much.
Let's see. And here still, I think that the Book of Moon in general would have been better. Saronir is a nice send because you can obviously use it afterwards. And yeah, I really don't like this line from Gianluca. I think I would have liked it because you know this is coming up. So why not just use the fuel spell? Maybe he just missed the play, but I think it would have been a nice catch. Now the Saronir can be used to send the Retribution or any other branded card. But very well played by Pierluigi.
Yeah, I mean,
And yeah, the Retribution is there.
after saying what Gianluca was able to do in first turn, and I think this is impressive, honestly. Especially because he lost a lot of cards, and
Yeah. And by the way, this is all before branded fusion.
Yeah.
So for people who tend to say this deck is only on branded fusion, you can see here why that's not true. And here we see a nice synergy. He can send the branded fusion and get it back with the Retribution potentially. And I think that's what we're gonna see. Yeah. Very nice play by Pierluigi. As mentioned, very experienced with the deck, and you can see why. And yeah, as predicted, he gets back the branded fusion. He just has to pay attention to the birth, which he can get rid of by just using Mirror Jade on the Fenrir. And I think he could chain it here if Ash Blossom doesn't come down. Ooh, but there is an Ash Blossom. Let's see if he wants to chain the Mirror Jade. I think it makes sense. Because then you can get branded in red, maybe. But I don't know. It might not be worth it, to be fair. He does. He's thinking about it.
tough one.
Yeah, at the same time, he could have just attacked.
Yeah.
But he probably wanted to OTK, and this is what exactly gonna go here. Gonna chain it, get rid of the Fenrir. And yeah, which means branded fusion doesn't resolve, but at least the birth does not get rid of the cards in the graveyard from Pierluigi. And that seems to be it. So maybe we just attack, and in the end phase we get a card.
I think it was very well played by Pierluigi, honestly. With what he had, I mean, the super polymerization was incredible. He gave him basically a huge advantage because Gianluca's hand was very good, also with the Ash Blossom, and that Book of Eclipse maybe could have been something else, like the Book of Moon. Still set, so not useful at all.
I think Book of Moon was much, much better. But now we see yet again another play, which is the Blazing Cartesia. And that is a nice addition to the deck, which also allows the deck to easily go for the Gimmick Puppet lock, we can say, but also push for more damage when you go second. Here, obviously, we see the Grand Guignol. I think the Starlight version too.
And impressive stuff, we have to say, from Pierluigi.
Absolutely.
Still here, nothing that Gianluca can respond with.
Yep. And he does go for the gimmick. Are you surprised that he said the Titanic Land instead of the Albion?
Yeah, it's wondering why.
He can still do some stuff with it, but as you can see here now, he gets the Cartesia back to the end, and we are in the end phase, so he will activate the Titanic Land to special summon or add one from deck. Yeah. As expected, using the Titanic Land. And this is one of the other additions of the deck, which is the Quem. Amazing card First of all, it sends one from deck, and then you get to special summon from the graveyard and just extends your plays further, especially when there is an Ash Blossom, as mentioned, which is there.
Yeah. And we have to say that this is the second turn of the match, and almost 20 minutes have passed already.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup, grindy one. And Gianluca, I don't think could have opened for a much better
Exactly.
end.
He had an incredible hand, honestly.
Like literally you have Ash Blossom, which I think you're already happy with.
Yeah.
The Field Spell, and you open up with the full lock. And yeah, here you can see a nice line from Pierluigi. And he's gonna activate the Branded in Red immediately. No response, obviously, from Gianluca. And we might see another Mirror Jade or just the lock. Yeah, makes sense. This is the new way to go for this combo, even without Branded Expulsion. As you can see here, you can go for Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon, which essentially has a very similar effect to Branded Expulsion, and will allow Pierluigi to go for the Puppet Lock. What a turn by Pierluigi. Amazing, amazing stuff.
Now plays back to Gianluca, who will be facing a lot of trouble, especially because now the Sanctified Dragon is going to be activated by Pierluigi, and the Gimme Puppet will soon see the light.
As you can see, Gianluca reading the card, but I think he's probably in a very tough spot, might even pick up his card soon enough. And yeah, as you can see here, gonna get back to Cartesia, gonna give his opponent the Gimme Puppet, and how can Gianluca even fight back from this? And this was all through an Ash Blossom, wow.
I mean, this is very, very impressive from Pierluigi. Gianluca sets true, and play is back to Pierluigi. Because now I think if you were Gianluca, you might be also considering just going to game 2. Because also you have to play with the time. And I don't think that there's a way in which you can come back into this. I mean, I think that is holding maybe another book, maybe another Impermanence, for example. But
I think maybe he's hoping that with the Book of Eclipse he can survive, but I mean, it seems to be a little bit of a stretch.
yeah.
And at the same time, if we go into time, it's definitely Branded who has the advantage with cards like Masquerade, while Kashtira is known for not having a real win condition.
Let's see here what now Pierluigi is looking for, and he activated the Albion for after having sent it with the Mirror Jade, and it's just taking some time before taking the Branded Fusion. And yeah, now play is on Pierluigi, who is on the driver's seat basically. So it's
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he knows exactly which face down card is the Eclipse, and I think he's gonna try his best to just play around that. The nice thing about Branded is that you can go for multiple Gimme Puppet locks.
yeah.
So it's very tough to fight back. And yeah, here we see Branded Fusion.
I mean, the only thing that I will consider if I were Gianluca, given that he's an experienced player, is that if you can really win this one, because I think if you are Gianluca, you know it. by what you have. I think I might be going to game 2 straight without even, you know, keep waiting.
It's possible. I think he just maybe wants to play the grind game with just this Eclipse, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
Because there is a weird universe in which, with the Book of Eclipse, you mill your opponent.
Yeah.
Maybe he has 2 Book of Eclipse.
I might be having, yeah.
And like,
Okay.
you know, you just make them draw 12. They already banished like 9 with
Okay,
the
I'll take
applauses.
that.
So
Okay.
maybe that's the only thing I can see.
I'll take that. Let's see if
Yeah,
it
maybe.
becomes reality.
Yeah, that would be funny, not gonna lie. So I'm kind of wishing that happens, just for the sake of entertainment. But I mean, we'll see. And yeah, here we see the Rindbrom, the Striking Dragon, and we're gonna see the Book of Eclipse from Gianluca. And here, surprisingly, actually, he had already a Book of Moon. And so one of the new face down is the Eclipse.
Are you surprised at all that he didn't use in the end the Book of Moon in the in Pierluigi's previous
For
turn?
sure.
Yeah.
But again, now Pierluigi knows that one of them is the Eclipse. And he's actually not happy about this because he played obviously well with the cards and knowledge he had, assuming that was the Eclipse.
Yeah.
But now he actually cannot destroy the Eclipse.
Because now, I mean, of course, you still have the advantage of knowing that one of the 2 set cards is a Book of Eclipse. But the thing is that you basically play to let your opponent activate it, right?
Yeah.
So now, once again, I think you really have to find a way to deal with it and try to find a solution, basically, because I think Gianluca, as you mentioned, is, you know, just waiting.
No, as I mentioned, the only win condition I can see is
having double book.
double book of Eclipse into just milling his opponent.
And I think it will be possible because basically I think Pierluigi lost already 8 cards.
Yeah, I think there are like 12, 10,
yeah, I think
something
so.
like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably 10 cards in the deck. It's not much.
And I don't think there's like a scenario in which if you were Pierluigi you can avoid this like at all. Like
it's interesting because like at the moment 4 of his monsters, okay, now only 2 could be flipped face up, which are the Jade and the Albion. But if he attacks with them, as you mentioned, he doesn't have a way to prevent it. So as you can see here, Gianluca is asking which did his which basically were the Quem, the Cartesia, and obviously the new summon Lubellion, which means he has just the Jade and the other card. And I think, funny enough, Book of Eclipse works even on the Book of Moon target.
yeah.
So at the moment, he has 4 guaranteed draws. If he has double book, that's funny. You can see Gianluca thinking.
Also because I don't think he has an infinite impermanence, because otherwise we would have seen it activated by him.
Probably, I don't know.
I know. We also forgot that he's not playing impermanence at all.
Yeah. So here we do see the Book of Eclipse. Everything is turned face down. He can flip face up the Jade and the Lubellion, which is actually nice because the Jade is reset. He can use the effect again. But let's see. It would be so funny if he manages to go empty jar on his branded deck. Wow, it goes to the end phase.
Really?
Doesn't even flip face up with cards. Yeah, wow.
Okay.
I think this is so risky from Pierluigi. If there is another Book of Eclipse, this might be over. Let's see. So gonna draw 6 cards. Is there another Book of Eclipse from Gianluca? There might be, and this would be such a rough play from Pierluigi. I think Gianluca is thinking about it. There is not, unfortunately, but one more draw. And what a way. There is still a chance.
There's the Book of Moon.
But unfortunately, yeah, it was just another Book of Moon.
And Gianluca picks up his cards after a 30 minutes game one.
Yeah, what a game and what a start of this match. Well played by both, but Pierluigi, amazing show coming from a full Kashtira board plus Ash Blossom. We did say it is arguably the best branded player in Italy at the moment. Maybe that's an understatement, and he's the best in the world. I'm not sure, but I was definitely impressed by his plays.
I mean, he played incredibly well, especially because not only Gianluca did start with the field spell and, you know, having the Rise Art plus the Shangri-La plus the Mind Hacker, also the Ash Blossom was there. And the Book of Moon.
Absolutely.
So, very, very well played by Pierluigi, who won, I think, one of the hardest game one we have seen so far.
Yeah, and now it's actually an interesting turn of events because with pretty much 16 minutes remaining, what do you even do if you're Gianluca? Like, obviously, we mentioned there is a very nice card in his side deck, which is Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
The only difference with Diego is that instead of the 3 copies, he is playing 2, but Trust.
Yeah.
Which is actually
I think
quite
even better.
Even better, I would agree, if it wasn't for Branded. Because Branded doesn't really activate anything in your turn.
Yeah.
So maybe if he opens the Trusted, you know, that could be a funny way to lose this one. But Ghost Bell is also amazing in this match.
Yeah.
What do you think on the other side is Pierluigi gonna bring?
Pierluigi on the other side, I think, is playing the Hurikaras, which, I mean, might be
amazing.
incredibly powerful. And he also plays Dark Ruler No More, going second, which, you know, alongside with the Harpist Feather Duster. And he also has 3 triple Taki Thrust, so I think this side deck is full of options, and
he's very well prepared, but without a doubt, if we have to give the MVP to the card that won this game one, it was the Super Polymerization.
Yeah.
And if he draws it again, we'll see whether that comes to be the case. But regardless, our duelists are pretty much ready for the start of game 2. So let's find out who the winner will be. And again, one of the issues that I can see with this is that Pierluigi can just wait it out, play, try to just win 2-0.
Yeah.
But if things get rough, he has the option to just scoop up and go for a masquerade in game 3 to just win in time. And that's obviously a nice addition to the deck, which Kashtira doesn't have.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he has this advantage that, I mean, there are 40 minutes on the clock, which means that if he really sees that this game is not going in his direction, he might be also taking the lead on saying, I'm just going to game 3. And here, I think Gianluca is speeding things up a little bit because he knows that there's not so much time left on the round. And I think he's showcasing us what we have witnessed in game 1. Just going with the standard line with Shangri-La plus the Riser, banishing the Big Bang. And yeah, now he's continuing to locking the zones as he did in game 1. And I mean, this is what we saw in game 1 pretty much.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense.
Outside of the field spell, which is a nice addition, but it's pretty much what we already saw. And this is, I think, something we have seen over and over and over with players of a different caliber that don't really change their line, because obviously, we mentioned it, he lost to super polymerization.
Yeah.
It's not always going to be there.
I think here you get rid of, I mean, if you got rid of the Mad Dragon in game 1, would you get rid of it in game 2 as well? So that would be my question, because now he's getting rid of the Starving Venom instead, after showing that in game 1 the super polymerization was huge on that sense, and now he's attaching one back with the Riser, and then other cards are being banished for the Mind Hacker.
Yeah, he changes the play slightly, but this still loses to super polymerization.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you don't really want to expose yourself, maybe you just could consider going for the Riser pass. But
as you can see, though, at least he got rid of the Starving Venom, but once again, amazing hand by Gianluca. Again, with the Prosperity, looking for Ash Blossom, I would say, #1 priority, or even better, Dimensional Barrier. Which, unfortunately, though, doesn't play around Super Poly, because you can use it right away.
Yeah. So, let's see what he can pick up.
Would be funny, again, to see the Trust and not the Barrier here. Let's see. Don't want to jinx it for Gianluca, of course. And it is Dimensional Barrier, so that's obviously a really nice pickup and an easy choice from Gianluca. So this could be a very quick game 2 here. If there is no answer from Pierluigi, what can you even do against such a strong opening?
Because I think this is even better than in game 1, because there's the Deep Barrier instead of having the Ash Blossom. So here, plays back to Pierluigi.
The best cards, obviously, to play around Barrier are Super Poly and Kurikara, but Pierluigi, unfortunately, does not have the means to fight back, and it's the opposite of game 1. Quick game 2, and score is even, 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Gianluca, who once again opened up with a very strong hand. And as soon as Pierluigi recognized that there was nothing else that he could have done, he just picked up his card.
Yeah, and well, if it's true that at least in game 1, Gianluca, just like Diego, only plays Ash and Shifter, if we move to the side deck, he has Gamma and Vel, which at least gave him a fair chance of stopping, I would say, the puppet lock, especially. On the other hand, though, it's the opposite for Pierluigi. He has a very solid main deck, so at best, what he can do is side in Thrust for going first. But I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't actually change a single card going first.
Yeah, I mean, the only addition that I will make, honestly, is maybe just the thrust itself, because you really want to have your engine, you don't really want to oversight or you don't put anything else apart from that, I guess.
Yeah, probably just the Masquerade in the extra deck.
Yeah.
Because we are pretty much around the 9-10 minute mark, but that's it.
And yeah, I mean, also, I think that one card that could play a huge role now will be the Dimension Shifter, honestly, from Gianluca's side.
Yeah. At the same time, it's not like auto-win as in other matchups. You can still use your Branded Fusion, you can use the Lubellion to shuffle the banished cards, but it obviously stops some of the super impactful combos.
Yeah. And here, really curious to see what will happen in this game 3. I mean, game 1 was an incredible battle from our players, and I mean, it's gonna be a very interesting one to see our player who wins this match will advance with a 4-0 record.
Absolutely. Very nice chance here to then move on to the remaining of the tournament, but it all comes down to this. Only one of them can advance undefeated. Who is it gonna be? We are gonna find out soon. Our players are ready. Let's go to game 3. And let's see if Pierluigi opens up a card. I see the gold sarcophagus, which is a really nice opening option. Again, really versatile. But only 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
It doesn't have all the time in the world. Okay, he opens both Foolish Burial and Sarcophagus, which means this is pretty much a forced tragedy or Albion, and on the other end, the Sarcophagus has the double option.
Yeah.
And I think that's a Cartesia, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Makes sense, special summoning it now that you have the option in the graveyard. Wow, and even the Aluber. But the Gamma is gonna be there. He can chain the Cartesia potentially.
Is it going to resolve?
Very interesting opening here. And yeah, he's gonna chain the Cartesia. Is there a response? No. So we are gonna see the Gran Guignol. And the Gamma is gonna resolve the special summoning the driver from the deck. As you can see here, we get to go for Gran Guignol, which is a very nice recognition from Pierluigi. And there is no response.
Which is good news.
Absolutely. And you can see here, just considering the other effects, not only does it send a gimmick puppet for potentially the grave, but it has a second effect, which is, as you see, when your opponent's special summon gets rid of a monster, essentially, you can just banish it from field or graveyard even, and just go to special summon one from the deck. Debating whether it's Albats, and it's gonna be the Quem.
Okay.
As you can see here, it sends one, which is the Albion. Let's see if he has other plays. We know the Sarcophagus is there. He has already normal summoned, and he can send the Retribution, which now gets him the Branded Fusion. Nice, nice play by Pierluigi. He knows this deck extremely well.
Here it goes. Albion goes.
Is there an Ash Blossom from Gianluca? No response.
Ooh.
And this is huge news for you branded fans watching. But
This is
what
incredible, honestly.
Played so well.
Yeah.
Such a good player.
Played incredibly well, starting things off with you know, the Aluber being hit by the Gamma, and then going for the branded fusion. I think he's showcasing us the power of the branded deck, honestly, at his own perfection.
Honestly, doesn't get much better than this. He goes into the Cartesia, which he can get back during the end phase. And he's gonna use the Quem second effect to special summon another Cartesia from the grave.
Fatto segreto.
And as you can see here, discarding the Nibiru even doesn't feel like he needed it. And with 4 minutes remaining, the only consideration is paying attention to how much time is left.
Yeah. Because, yeah, now almost 3 minutes over from...
And yeah, last card in hand, Sarcophagus. You can get to the gimmick puppet. And what a nice play by Pierluigi. So impressed with this guy. Now you get the expulsion, and with 3 minutes remaining, let's see if Gianluca has any way to deal with this. Ghost Bell could be a nice way, but by doing this, he can choose cards that are banished, which means Ghost Bell cannot be activated, which is another nice play by Pierluigi.
I mean, look at this.
This is insane. So well played. And yeah, as you can see here, Gianluca gonna try his best. It seems very hard. The only win condition could be time. And yeah, he does have the birth, which is nice, but yeah, as you can see here, Fenrir gets banished. You cannot special summon, which makes this really unfair. And you can see Pierluigi doesn't even waste time, makes the Masquerade, special summon back. Wow. What a show off from Pierluigi.
Incredible stuff, honestly.
And I think he just passed.
I think so.
Yeah, play is back to Pierluigi. Or at least it seems so. And yeah, it does. So end phase, gonna get back, and yeah, this is a slaughter from the branded player. Wow. $60 seconds remaining, so Pierluigi will enter battle phase, I would want to say, as soon as possible. And we're probably gonna see an handshake from Gianluca outside of this Kashtira Scarecrow. But yeah, handshake comes down. It is Pierluigi who wins 2-1. Let's go back to us. What a match, honestly. We said that it was gonna be an epic match, and indeed we got a nice treat. A 30-minute long game 1, a 1 minute long game 2, I think, and a final really good show. Both incredible players with very good chances of still advancing to the top 32 tomorrow. But just credits to Pierluigi. We did mention it, arguably one of the best players in Italy. is just unstoppable with this branded deck.
No, I mean, if you were looking for someone who can play the branded deck blindfolded, I think this is one.
Yeah.
Luigi. I mean, incredible. Like, it's super impressive, honestly. Especially because, like, in game one, Gianluca had it all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, going first, game 3, and managing to go through a gamma sure can feel impressive, but what he did in game 1, I think it's something that very few players can do. Obviously, the super polymerization was there. He made this life a lot easier, but I can bet my life on it. If there was not the dimensional barrier in game 2, I think it would have happened regardless. So I'm really interested in hearing it from the man himself, because I'm not gonna lie, I cannot explain the branded deck better than he does. He just proved it. So thank you guys a lot for being with us. The winner, once again, Pierluigi, will be back for the interview. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Talent National 2023. We are here with Pierluigi, the winner of round 4. So first of all, congratulations. It was an amazing match, honestly, really back and forth. And we have to give it credit to you. You were one of the players who impressed us the most up until now. Very clean and very nice plays, especially in game 1, fighting back from a very good opening from your opponent. First of all, we know you have a lot of experience with the deck, but what do you think of it? Why do you play Branded?
The main reason I played it this time around was I wanted to have fun, because Exclusion is gone next week.
Exactly.
And I managed to borrow a lot of Starlights from a friend of mine. Because I also would have probably played Purely.
Yeah.
Which is also a deck I told Vince to play.
Yeah. Makes sense, and I mean, sometimes you need to diversify.
It's still good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, you showed it. But outside of this, obviously, it's still one of those decks which you need to take into consideration going into the event. And I mentioned that from what I've heard, you consider, or at least in general, Kashtira should be a good matchup.
It is.
If you should instead mention what deck you don't want to play against, what do you think?
Probably like Labyrinth.
Okay.
You don't have a lot of removal.
Exactly, you have to have also a lot of end traps.
It's mainly if they flip Barry, you just lose because next turn they get it again and again.
Yeah, and this is also one of the reasons why in game 2 we thought you could again fight back from this opening, but that the barrier maybe was there. And,
Yeah, I had no known engine, so there was no reason to waste time.
yeah, I agree absolutely. But outside of that, there are still some interesting choices in your deck list. I would say the main deck is somewhat standard. I guess the Nibiru is the only choice, but makes sense against the generate options. But in the side decks, again, Herald of the Abyss, obviously great target for Trust. Is it aimed purely specifically or just in general other matchups?
It's for purely because that way you have Thrust as an out to both Noir and Vanity Spin.
Makes sense.
So I don't have to side like Dark Roots, which are terrible into purely. I can just side free Thrust, and if I need to out the Vanity Spin, I have that. I can also get Brafu and starter cards.
Yeah,
So it's very
makes sense.
flexible.
And I like these kind of cards where you can play essentially side a card but have 4 copies or more, and it's similar to like another touch which is the Shadow Dragon,
Yeah.
which is a nice addition and throwback that you can get easily with the deck. But yeah, I mean, we wish you obviously good luck. Do you came here then outside of having fun? I don't know your character too much, but what do you aim for at this event?
I would still like to win, but
Okay.
I usually try to win harder at YSS than Euros.
Okay, okay.
I take nationals a bit lightly.
Okay, makes sense. We'll see, and to each his own, but I'm sure you will still try your best to get it there. Still undefeated after round 4, so congratulations. Hopefully we will see more of Pierluigi later on in the event, but thank you guys for being with us. This is the end of round 4. Don't go anywhere, and we will be back soon with round 5.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023 in Bologna. We are now in round 5, which marks pretty much half the way here in day 1, as we are going through 9 rounds of quiz for the day. And we got yet another exciting match for you guys between a deck we have not yet seen in action, and that is Mathmech. What do you think of the deck, first of all?
I mean, I'm a fan of the deck, honestly, and I think the deck, I mean, it relies on the Mathmech circular, so it's not a chance that it has been hit 2-1 in the No Forbidden Limited list. So, I mean,
it's still, to be honest,
the deck will be, I think, still very powerful, especially like the Super Factorial is one of those cards that really has like a game changer. But what I really like about the deck, and also something that we have mentioned also during this weekend, is that you can afford to play many hand traps.
Absolutely, because as you mentioned, with just one card, going in first, he set up a really loose board. But going second is the deck that OTK is the easiest, with just the access code that attack twice. On the other hand, though, his opponent is Luca with his own version of Super Heavy Samurai. Both decks playing a lot of hand traps in the main deck. Who will prevail here in round 5? Our players are ready, so let's go to game number 1. And here they are, compared to the previous Super Heavy Samurai mirror match, he actually is playing the streamlined version, I would say, even with the Ancient Gear package and the Appaloosa. So it seems like the very first version of the deck that we saw around. This is obviously from Luca, Pants Lion. On the other end, we have Emanuel with his Mathmech deck, and let's see first of all who will go first in this matchup, and it is the Samurai deck. Huge die roll one.
Yeah, I mean, especially like in this kind of matchup, I think it's super relevant because I mean, also Mathmech going first, if he is able to put up the Super Factorial combo with a couple of hand traps, it's just, you know, very difficult to come back into it. And it looks like here Luca started things off, I mean, like with the bike and then with the Wakaushi, and also looks like that maybe Emanuel is not super familiar with the Super Heavy Samurai
surprisingly
deck.
though, since it's one of the most popular decks.
And indeed, he's taking a look at these cards, and yeah, I mean, indeed, we can see that he's asking his opponent some clarification about this. And yeah, I mean, at this part of the tournament, still, I mean, it will be surprising that he hasn't faced yet a Super Heavy Samurai player.
But yeah, as streamlined as ever, we get to the Soul Piercer. And that's obviously more than enough to just combo through. At the same time, we do have a lot of different options. And surprisingly enough, a lot of chew-offs.
Yeah.
Usually you see hand traps being played as free offs. Instead, Emanuel has prioritized the chew-off very different cards, and even a surprising Ghost Bell mained.
Yeah. I mean, as you mentioned, I think this is one of the, let's say, earliest version of the deck, playing the Ancient Gearbox. And I think entering this tournament, though, taking a look at the Luca's extra deck, I think you might be having problems facing Kashtira, just because you have so many one-offs in your extra deck.
Yeah.
Still, I think the strategy is working out very well.
And now we are gonna get to see the Scarecrow. Let's see if there is a Ghost Bell who actually are drawing the Infinitrack, which is not that bad.
I mean, it's okay. It's, I mean, of course, like you wanna search it, but I mean, even if you draw it, it's
not the end of the world.
Yeah.
And here we obviously see the Axel. Again, gonna use a lot of his cards setting up the scale back, special summoning back the level Shu, and adding a card. And we see the Marner, which is decent at best, if you ask me. The best thing it does is probably preventing the Baron if you have an Ibiru, though. If you have an Ibiru, this could be really good. If not, I think Luca can easily just bring out the scales, get back the level 2, and still go into the Baron. So let's see. He's maining Chu Nibiru, so we could see one of those. Obviously, those are also a bridge for the free copies of Small World. And yeah, here it is, the one copy of Soul Peacemaker, one of the largest, I think, differences. But there is an Ash Blossom, which is pretty nice here.
Yeah, I think as you were mentioning, there has been a shift in the sense that Soul Peacemaker was initially played as a one-off.
Yeah.
And then now, I think, like, it's playing 3 copies.
Even 3 offs, yeah.
So it's...
But
it's been quite a change.
Let's see. We might have just a Pendulum Summon of 1, maybe. Yeah, okay. An hard drone bike allows Luca to still go into the Baron and go then for an Infinitrack, I think, to draw 2. But this is exactly what Emanuel was hoping for.
Yeah.
This is a very super turn 1 by the super heavy deck. At the same time, those 2 cards are gone off the end from your opponent. So that's fair enough. And there he goes. Gonna shuffle back 5, draw 2. Is there a ghost spell, maybe? Okay. Cards are being shuffled back. He's gonna draw 2 cards, but with the normal and Pendulum Summon gone, there is not much that he can draw into.
Yeah. And I think the only way he could have summoned the Baron was indeed by hard drawing the bike at this point.
Yeah, I mean, or the scales, I guess.
Scales,
but yeah, he had a few options, but not the worst considering how the situation was going for. And these 2 draws obviously can also be Entrops, which would be okay, but I do expect to end his turn here. And yeah, draw is back to Emanuel. Let's see if he can fight back. Obviously, a circular would be really nice. He just needs to fight against this Baron and some potential Entrops. And there is a Small World to start things off. And wow, surprisingly, he's gonna use the Baron on the Small World.
And he has the circle.
Usually you wanna keep it in hand because the Small World is a -1, but this could get real ugly for Luca. If he doesn't have an Entrop, this is game. And it doesn't seem like there is a response, not even now, wow. This could be over real soon, as mentioned, thanks to the access code talker.
Yeah. Yeah, I think activating the Baron on the Small World, it's risky, honestly, because...
yeah, kind of like a premature Baronization. But now, let's see, he's gonna go for his XYZ. And can still totally go for the OTK if he feels like it.
I think he has a chance. Is Luca playing Nibiru? Yes, he does. I mean, he didn't activate yet any interruption, so
yeah,
maybe he's holding a copy of Gamma or Nibiru. We will soon find out. But if he doesn't, of course, if Emanuel feels like this is his chance, he might be pushing and seal the game. Now he goes with the Diameter.
And yeah, he's just gonna try an OTK, hoping that his opponent doesn't have anything else.
It looks like this is working out.
Maybe Nibiru could be there. He's really taking his time here, but yeah, he has to go for it. Goes for the update. Even further, wow.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if there's no Nibiru.
Yeah. Makes sense. Luca still reading his cards. Is there this Nibiru there? And now, as you can see, he's gonna go for the access code, which can attack twice. Still no response. Is this really gonna be it? And that's it. Wow.
Wow.
What a show from Emmanuel, coming back and winning game one. Very surprising start, I gotta say. It seems as if Luca had enough. But then all it took was a Nash Blossom and a Ghost Mourner, and that's it. Maybe the Baron activation could have been different.
Yeah.
But at the same time, without any entraps, I think this was game regardless.
Yeah, but I mean, like in general, I don't think that you really expect your opponent basically to shut down your entire strategy just like that, you know, because sometimes the Mourner and a Nash Blossom are not enough.
I mean, sometimes you feel like you have to negate the small word because they play some one-off kaijus. So maybe if you do not go for that, they can kaiju away your Baron. But I don't know if that's a risk that you are just willing to accept. Regardless, now it's gonna be Luca once again going first and trying to go for his combos. Do you think he has anything to change in his side deck?
I mean, in general, I think the Ghost Bell is good against Mathmech. So if he really wants to go first,
I agree.
I mean, he could side them in and just make some changes. He plays some, you know, something that we don't see quite often, like for example, maybe we'll mention later.
Yeah, I mean, he has the OGs, we can say. The OG spell and trap negations, which are Shinzo, but most importantly, spell canceller, which, though I don't think it's for this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think so.
On the other hand, instead, Emmanuel has already a pretty large entrop package, and he kind of completes some of these sets in the side deck. Again, sticking with this Chew off, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
But he has Chew Dronelock, amazing here.
Yeah.
Maybe the Pancratops is always a nice inclusion. This one random copy of Lightning Storm, but we could see. Usually you would see these one-offs with the Trust.
Yeah.
He's not really using Trust, but he has just one Storm, a couple talent, and, you know, your usual going second card. I think regardless, it's gonna be a great game 2. Is it gonna be Emmanuel with the 2 sweeps going second, or can we go to game 3? Our duelists are finishing, signing up, but I think we can go back to the table for game number 2. Here they are. So once again, Luca trying to set up his combos. Gonna go first. Let's see whether it's gonna be Luca or Emmanuel winning this game 2. Here they are. It really all comes down to this, and start that is decent with the Fenrir. Usually you don't use the effect because the draw and lock would hurt significantly, but I am a fan of the Fenrir in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good addition in general, and I mean, it's one of those bodies on the field that...
Yeah, I think it's better for going second than it is for going first. But going second, it's amazing, because obviously this deck cannot afford spell and drops.
Yeah, exactly.
So even against the cards like anti-spell, you know, Gozen, these kind of cards, it's an out against all of them. And I really, really like it. But now, let's see if there is a draw and lock from Emmanuel. Definitely one of the turning points. No,
he doesn't. Okay.
So once again, we are in a similar spot as in game one.
And let's see if this time it will be, let's say, enough for Luca, as it was not in game one.
Yeah. And as you can see, he's going for some of his combos, while surrounding him are some of the judges, such as Albatros from Naples. But do you think he's just aiming for the same Baron combo? I would say so, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I will go for that line, especially because we mentioned that...
Okay,
there's the impermanence of being activated, which I think makes sense, but I think that Luca can still go through this. Like in general, what you're really looking for with this deck, looking at his deck list, is that you really want to put up the Appaloosa if you really feel like with either the Savage Dragon or... Okay,
and there is no response.
Okay,
no
response.
Ash Blossom this time. Just this impermanence, and this is huge. The scales, just special summoning back the Soul Piercer. So much advantage. And now you can obviously go once again for a level 8 synchro. I mean, going as greedy as it gets, but if your opponent does not interrupt you, this is why we saw a lot of players cutting this engine, because it's essentially two completely dead cards, as you can see here.
Yeah.
But they are also for free, so it's, you know, one of those weird arguments when you build your deck. But for now, he's forced to just go for the Marner, which I'm not a big fan of either, I gotta say. Like, you stop 2 cards from being added, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really get any advantage out of this, honestly. And this is pretty much what we have saw in game one.
Yeah.
But the difference is that basically I don't really think that Emmanuel is sitting in a better position in game one. So it's... I mean, having 2 interruption, I think it's okay, but it's not enough.
And this is actually a nice addition, one of the extenders in the deck. Obviously, the one-off booster, which you can use now to go into the Axel and then the Baron.
Yeah.
So, obviously, setting up the full pendulum scale and going into a Baron. Is there a Nibiru from Emmanuel? Doesn't seem like it, and this will look like a much better end field for the super heavy samurai player. Especially because he's using the Appaloosa version, and Appaloosa is actually nice against Mathmech.
And yeah, he also has the Wagon. I mean...
Yeah, Wagon gonna be using its effect, just getting potentially some more recursion from next turn. or if he feels like it, he can go for another extender and end on Ferrir, Baron, Apollousa, for example. And it seems like it. This is one of his side deck cards. It's essentially an interesting card, which is the Super Heavy Samurai Soul Claw. It's either an extender or it makes your monster not destroyed by battle. So what you can do is use it here as an extender, or it's also nice because it could have gone for an Apollousa that cannot be destroyed by battle, potentially if you switch it another way, but obviously in general you can only use it on Super Heavy Samurai monsters. And yeah, here it is, Apollousa, Baron, Fenrir. Can his opponent break this field? It starts things off with the Mathmech Circular, which is gonna banish face down with the Fenrir. Nice catch. And I think he's looking rough for him.
And let's see now here, plays back, and I mean, we've said this before, and in general, if you don't really get to see any of your Drawn Lock, for example, or Nibiru, is going to be very, very difficult to play against this kind of deck. On the other hand, I think that here we are seeing one of the cards that we haven't seen so far, the Super Ancient Organism, being activated by the manual. And this is one of those cards that, I mean, has become popular over the last few months. And yeah, I mean, I think here just having some, you know, some sort of explanation and of what the card does. In general, let's say for what we have seen at the moment, I think that having the Apollousa on the field alongside the Baron is very, very good. The Super Ancient Organism, of course, it's, I think, a very good addition that Mathmech can afford to play. And, I mean, in general, I like this. It's, I like this. So, I mean, here, Luca is continuing to combo off. And it doesn't seem like that Emmanuel has drawn into any other, you know, interruptions or Nibiru or anything else. And let's just see here if he is able to basically seal the game in this turn, because basically Emmanuel is shaking his head, and it is probable that we might be seeing soon this game being in Luca's favor. We said this before, like the Infinite Impermanence alongside the Mourner was not enough. Sometimes true hand traps against the Super Heavy Samurai deck are not what you're looking for, especially if they're not Drawn Lock, for example, or the Nibiru. Yeah, looks like that Luca is free to do whatever he wants to, and he's now going for the Genius, and also getting rid of the Super Ancient Organism. But looks like that there was a little bit of confusion here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a card that you would expect against a deck like Branded. It's considered the mystic mine of Branded, we can say. Against a deck like Super Heavy, I'm really surprised because it doesn't really stop all of what they are doing. So it's definitely an interesting idea.
And yeah, I think it will be just a matter of time before here we will soon see this game being sealed by Luca. And yeah, it's just going once again with these effects. And looks like Emmanuel picks up his cards, and we will be having a game 3.
And yeah, as mentioned, we are going to game 3, so it's 1-1. And in the meantime, we can go back to us. And yeah, that's definitely a great start to this match. Very different approaches, I would say, in game 1. And actually, they're kind of similar, but it just changed which entrops Emanuel was on. Because in game 1, they were more impactful, or maybe his opponent played more casually, we could say. And he actually got punished pretty hard. He could only end on a Baron without any entrops, even drawing 2 with the Infinite Rack, which is kind of unfortunate. But in the end, Emanuel just OTK'd really fast. Game 2, quite the opposite. Again, 2 entrops from Emanuel, but well played by Luca. He managed to go through a lot of combos, right? What do you think of his opening?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we mentioned this before. Playing against Samurai, if you see, let's say, 2 hand traps, which are not Drona Lock or Nibiru, for example, they are in trouble. Especially because, like, Ash Blossom, as we saw before, doesn't really be very impactful. And, I mean, on the other side, I think that the Impermanence alongside the Mourner was not enough in that situation. I think it was well played by Luca in the sense that his hand allowed him to do more than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, maybe you also know what you're up against, and at that point you can prioritize which cards, because Mathmech, it's a very unique deck, you know. Apollousa can be really strong against it, and that's why in game 1 he didn't really prioritize it. In game 2 he did, and brought in from his side deck an extender in the form of the one-off super heavy level 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And he went for it just to make an Apollousa, which makes sense. It's really strong against the deck. But unfortunately, guys, we have been informed that, just as we noticed, Luca deck list was missing some cards. His main deck only contained 35 cards, which obviously has to translate into a game lost. And this means that the winner of the match is Emanuel and his Mathmech deck. Unfortunate way to go, but he doesn't have to panic. He's still on a 4-1 record, and so he will try his best after they fix his deck. Regardless, though, congratulations to Emanuel, and thank you guys for watching. We will be back soon with the winner of round 5, Emanuel. And we are back with the winner of round 5, Emmanuel. We'll go through the winner's interview, but since he is not too comfortable with his English, what we're going to go through is I'm going to interview him in Italian, and we're going to use this as an excuse to let Alberto speak a little more, and he will translate everything to English afterwards. So, anzitutto, congratulazioni, bravo per aver vinto. E come ti senti a proposito?
Mi aspettavo di stare qua
Ok.
perché sto male da tutto il giorno,
Ah.
però per fortuna adesso sto sentendo i denti e vado avanti
Dai.
e cerco di dare il massimo.
So I've been feeling sick today, but I'm trying to do my best and staying here. So
E dai, comunque hai giocato bene, è stato un bel future e in generale comunque sei il primo matchmaker che vediamo. Quindi anzitutto perché hai portato questo mazzo, cosa ti piace del mazzo?
Per me è il mazzo più stabile che c'è, ha sempre, quasi sempre partenza, è il più semplice da giocare per un evento grosso e poi puoi giocare anche con delle carti che in questo meta sono tanto.
Certo.
Poi ho giocato anche carti che tutti si aspetterebbero di me che io non gioco, tipo i troll. E niente, questo, la stabilità. Perde solo purtroppo da
Rice.
Kashtira.
so we saw that you've been the first mathmech player today in our future match area. So why did you decide to play the deck? And the answer was that so it's the easiest deck that you could have bring today, with a lot of end traps as well. And it was feeling confident with the deck. It's going well. It's not main deck in Jordan Locked Bird, which might be, you know, a little bit weird, but he's having them in the side deck, and yeah, so it's going well.
Assolutamente, ancora ti facciamo ovviamente il nostro in bocca al lupo per il resto dell'evento, sperando di vederti qui. E niente, quindi thank you guys for this one. I don't need that translation. We just wished him best of luck for the rest of the event. Hopefully we will see more of him later on, but regardless, he's advancing with a 5-0 record, so pretty impressive stuff. But still 4 more rounds remaining for the day, so keep watching and we will be back with round number 6.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately. Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Comunque, cioè, ti ho detto ormai tutte.
Vediamo se ce l'ha pure l'altro.
Tutte ormai.
Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023. We are now in round 6, and what an exciting match is ahead of us. We had quite a lot of good players throughout the event already, and a lot of different decks, pretty much having a different one every single round. But now we just stumbled upon something we could not miss, because both of these duelists are on a 5-0 record, but I would lie if I said that we saw this matchup coming, because on the one hand, we have Flavio, who is piloting a deck we have somewhat seen before at YCS London with Dinkabui, and that is Runic, Sprite, Fure Higher, which is a deck that almost took the event by storm, and that was really, really impressive because it basically is able to draw 5 cards every single turn, which is incredible. But on the other hand, there is a deck that we saw even less coming, and what is that?
It's Scarecrow, and honestly, taking a look at the deck at the beginning, we were, oh, okay, plays Kashtira.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait a second, this is Scarecrow.
Exactly, because we looked at Luca deck, and the first cards were like 2 copies of Fenrir and 2 Unicorn, and we looked at each other and we were like, is he playing only 2 Fenrirs and 2 Unicorns in his deck? What? And then literally, those are pretty much the only Kashtira cards. The rest is Scarecrow, and I'm honestly so excited to see this in action. Both undefeated. Who will be the winner? Our duelists are ready. Let's go to the table. Here they are, and again, I am pretty sure that both of these guys will be surprised once they see their opponent decks, but it's a 6 from Luca, so he's gonna go first, most likely with the Scarecrow deck, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what he wants to accomplish. Obviously, the boss monster being Scarecrow Triart with a Baguska kinda effect, but he has so much in store, and let's see what he starts things off with. It is the field spell, and it's actually really nice in this deck because you have both of the planets that are amazing.
And yeah, I think that if you were Flavio, I don't think you're really expecting something like this. Okay, maybe this is a Kashtira deck, no? Just adding, you know,
the touch card to just be, you know, brickless.
Yeah. And indeed, I mean...
And indeed, for now, it looks like this is Kashtira, but here is where things get spicy. We see the Light Art, the Link one, which gets another copy of the field spell, and hopefully we'll have even more special summoning back the Kashtira Scarecrow. Something important to notice, compared to a lot of the decks we have seen in action, playing something like 12 Entrops, Flavio is only on 3 drawn and lock, and he obviously would have used it already.
Yeah.
So,
and I think, as you mentioned, this is something that a really similar strategy has been used by Dinkabui before.
Yeah.
Piloting the deck and showing us how incredibly powerful it was. And I think even in this kind of format, the deck is incredibly strong, and you know, it's showing us you know, a 5-0.
oh wow, but not the best start actually here from Luca. Very interestingly, just gonna make the red and pass. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like he was missing something here, because taking a look at his hand, it seemed like as if he had the solution he was hoping for. But this is not the case, and
yeah, you can see here some of the tech cards. Dark Ruler in the main deck gonna be discarded from Yugin, which is negated by impermanence. Let's keep in mind the column, because it might be relevant later on. And here you see 1 copy of Sprite Jet. All you need But apparently, yeah, this is a very interesting opening with the Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon. Basically dealing 500 damage each time.
And I think this is what is really cool about this deck. It's basically, you can play very small engine, like just, you know, the blue, carrot, red, and red, just one off. And I think it really helps you out throughout your combo, especially because like playing runic cards, I think that it is very powerful and synergic with the deck.
Yeah, they're just gonna count the damage. Right now it's 1500 damage dealt. And luckily, it doesn't play the Fossil Dig on the same column. And this is the beauty of this deck. You can get to the Rex, which is a dinosaur.
Yeah.
And basically, Rex alone is able to abuse some of the link from the Furier deck, which is really nice. And for example, even the Donner, which is used as attack cards in other deck, is good. Here you get the Rookie. You can tribute a monster to special summon the Dompa from the deck or the Beat, usually. And yeah, he's actually activated a Dark Ruler, I think, right?
Yeah,
Because just to not pay the life points anymore.
Yeah. And I think this makes sense, especially because like you don't really want to waste so many life points.
Yeah, at the same time, he should have used it at the beginning of the turn.
Exactly,
But,
yeah.
I mean, might as well do it later than that, yeah. And now you can see here the excavation from the Rafale. Really strong card because usually, you know, archetypes like cards only excavate your own archetype.
Yeah.
Rafale doesn't care. He doesn't know the restriction, so he can get any card from the top of the deck. And here you see arguably the best card in the deck, which is the Folgo, and the reason why you can draw so many cards during both players' turn.
And I think this is what has impressed us while Dinkabui was playing this deck.
Yeah.
And here Flavio is basically letting us see the like the power of this deck in full action. And here they come, 3 new fresh cards for Flavio, which is not done yet. And here comes the fountain, and this is where the madness becomes, because basically now he's getting so much advantage. Yeah, he also has the destruction.
Yeah, this is amazing. As we can see, there are 2 different draw engine in the deck. One is the well-known Runic, but the beauty is how these 2 different mix up together. And here we see the final piece that just makes this deck unique, as popularized by Dinkabui, and that is the Sprite.
Yeah.
Which, surprisingly enough, just like for Dinka, they are all one-offs.
Yeah, all one-offs. I think that's all you need. Once you get them on the field, you don't really need multiple of them. It's just, you know, to get through your combo, and having also the carrot or the red, depending on the situation, really helps you out a lot.
And yeah, here we are gonna see yet again another Link Summon, and there it goes. This is what makes the deck able to draw multiple cards, the Donner. And yeah, this is a huge opening from Flavio. Luca is not gonna waste time and already starts his turn by special summoning Scarecrow. But yeah, it's arguably not gonna be enough.
Yeah, especially because like Flavio has, I think, at least 4 cards in hand. And let's see now if Luca is able somehow to come back into this. But the carrot negates the first activation, and
now we are gonna see the second copy of Planet that we knew about, but the destruction is in the end gonna banish some cards, but actually the one-off copy of Kashtira Theosis, just one, and it's a great hit because it's the only one that can get him back something from the banished.
not bad. Ooh, also the thrust.
Interesting. We might have a game in our end, I guess. So what target is he using? I would expect talent. Outside of that,
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't really have anything else.
yeah, exactly. I think you just go for talent. Yeah. And this might actually be very powerful, right? Because
I mean, yeah, he's still gonna draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So the thing is, now you get the raffle, you draw Shu, and you still are able to pop a card and draw even more. So as you can see here, you reveal Shu, you get a freezing course, and then you are gonna be able to activate the Folgo to draw even more cards. So this is still far from over. He's gonna end on 6 cards, as you can see. So I don't think this talent does anything. He has 7 cards in his hand and 3 copies of draw.
just in case.
Yeah. And there he goes, draw. And this is starting to feel like an uphill battle for Luca. And he's just passed play back to his opponent, who now is just moments away from winning the game. And surprisingly enough, gonna start things off with Slumber to just mill some cards.
Yeah.
I would expect this to be in the draw phase to play around draw, because there is a draw also in Luca end. Let's see if that's the case.
Yeah, and I think he did.
And yeah, as mentioned, now he's just in such a comfortable spot. All he needs to play around is like a Nibiru potentially. And I don't think he will be foolish enough to fall for such a trap.
And we have said this already, how consistent this deck is. I mean, with just playing these multiple, engines, here with the draw lock, it's not really gonna change that much, honestly. Especially because now the Appaloosa, no, this is the Masquerena. And yeah, it just sets one, just considering it. But looking good for Flavio.
Yeah, this is amazing. Obviously, you cannot OTK since you're a runic deck essentially, so you need to skip your battle phases. But regardless, it's one of those decks where it can be frustrating to play against.
Yeah.
Because they are not really quick at killing you, we could say, but at the same time, the sheer advantage that they make every single turn, it can be quite frustrating. At the same time, though, if you're Luca, you can just hope that your opponent is gonna mess up. But as you can see here, he's gonna draw 4 more cards, essentially.
Especially because I think that entering in this event and bringing decks such as Scarecrow, I think you are really sitting in a good position against most of the decks, just for the fact that most of the players don't really know the effects and how to interact with them. But it seems as if Flavio really knows his things. you know. So it's
Yeah, he's playing really well, for sure. Not too much of a surprise considering he's 5-0.
Yeah.
But still very nice to see. And yeah, as you can see here, we get to one of his scarecrow, which is the Reich. And gonna go finally for the first time into the try-art. But flashing fire is so strong here.
Yeah.
As you can see, he was able to turn the fold to the fence, but there is, I think that's the last card he has.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Wow.
And also with all the runic spells being activated, I think Luca lost a lot of cards from his deck.
Yeah. He's gonna go into the Nightmare Unicorn to close this one out. And I think even though he's able to use the Fenrir, this is more than enough. Yeah, and he picks up his cards, so game one goes convincingly to Flavio. Although losing the die roll, Flavio really managed to take advantage of what looked like a pretty weak hand from Luca, we gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as if Luca started things off very well, you know, with the field spell and the rise art and then the birth, but in the end it was not enough, and Flavio took advantage of this basically, especially because, like, as we mentioned, like his deck with just few of like sprite cards in there is incredibly explosive, and it showed us how powerful his deck is and why he's sitting on a 5-0 record. And,
absolutely, it's definitely something not to be expected. So as we mentioned, both are gonna struggle in their side decks.
Yeah.
But if you had to take a guess, what do you think Luca is gonna do now, going first again?
Because now I think going first against, you know, a deck such as Flavius one is not going to be easy because there are so many different interruptions, for example, that you have to face. And going first, I think that really, like, going first cards, he just plays there can be only one. But,
yeah, which is not the greatest.
And apart from that, it's...
yeah, it's cards that you can side. I think Shifter might be the best by far, just because it's really good against both the Rex and the Runic cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you mentioned, those are kind of cards that you can side going first or second. On the other hand, though, Flavio has a main deck that can go first really efficiently. Going second, he has some interesting tools. One of them, which I hope we're gonna see, is Alpha, the Master of Beasts. But without further ado, our players are pretty much ready, so let's go into game 2. Here they are, and once again we are gonna find out whether we are getting to game 3, or after the convincing game 1, Flavio is gonna just crush his opponent into a 2-0 victory. And here we go. So normal summon of the Acro. Again, gonna search for planet. And I'm trying to take a look at his opponent, and I think Flavio has 3 runic spells and 2 monsters, but can't quite tell something else.
Well, let's see now with the Rashar being summoned, is gonna take... no, there's no Nibiru, there's looks like there's no interruption at all.
No. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything else. He has just 3 runics and 2, maybe few Ryers. Yeah. And now gonna go straight into the tryhard, it seems.
Yeah.
Wow.
At full speed.
Yeah, gonna play as fast as possible, getting back his Scarecrow. Searching for what seems like another Reich, maybe. Let's see. Yeah. Sets one, and play is back to his opponent, who unfortunately, with the runics, can just destroy him. And that's what's gonna go for. First of all, destruction on the face down, which is a cross out on.
Do you go with this?
Evenly matched, okay.
Okay.
Spoiler, Flavio is not playing the card, but might as well do it. And yeah, gonna banish 4 from the top of his deck. And I think the rest is also really nice.
Yeah. I think if there's one deck that can really, you know, counter Scareclaw, I think it's Flavius one, especially because like he's dealing with this incredibly well, and I think he's also having another runic card in his hand.
Yeah, he does. So here, as we can see, there is a huge difference between Baguska and Triart. It does not negate the effects.
Yeah.
He's just unaffected by them, and it's a huge difference. But at least the draw is really nice. It stops so much here.
Yeah, I mean, if draw would have not been here, honestly, I think that
the game was over on the spot.
Yeah.
But Droll is really popular this weekend. So I think Flavio cannot expect not to be Droll that much. He needs a plan. And I honestly don't see the plan too well. So the Rex can be used to special summon, obviously, but he needs a way to access more Furier. He's considering maybe using one of his cards, but it seems like he could go for the mannequin right away.
Interesting.
And yeah, gonna use the mannequin to special summon a wind, which I think is the beat, maybe. Let's see. But nice, there is a ghost spell. I think this is close to being the end of the turn.
Yeah, this might be enough to stop Flavius. Let's see if there's something else that he might be holding, but the draw lock alongside with the ghost bell, I think it's more than enough, honestly.
Yeah. And as expected, unfortunately, the draw and lock is too much for Flavio's, and as you can see, gonna try to draw some cards with the fountain, most likely. And unfortunately, another ghost bell stopping his action. And this is plenty for Flavio. We are going to game 3.
Ghost Bell winning matches this weekend.
Absolutely. Now one of the best side deck cards of the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, like alone, it does so much, and
yeah, it's so versatile.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it, especially because like against basically all the decks, it's become so incredibly powerful.
You have a lot of different matchups where you want it, and it's also one of those cards where, just like we saw here, it's so generic to the point that even if you play against unexpected decks, it probably can find its purpose. And this is exactly what went down, but now Flavio gonna go first for the first time in this match. What do you think he's siding in?
Taking a look at his side deck, so there's Cold by the Grave, which I would really like to see going first.
Yeah.
And he as well is playing There Can Be Only One, as Luca is doing as well, but
it's mostly for purely with other matchups.
So I don't really see that card being sided in. I mean, in general, it could also consider just to side in the Cold by the Grave.
Yeah, you don't really want to change your deck. Maybe cut the Dark Rulers.
Yeah.
I would say for either those or maybe some generic cards like Ash and call it a day. On the other end, though, Luca is probably going to keep his deck very similar, but he has as we saw from the crossout, 3 copies of evenly matched. And I think that can be really strong.
Yeah.
There is an option to go for Carrot from Flavio, but outside of that, it's one of those cards that can really punish this deck. But our players are pretty much ready, so 1 game remaining to find out who will be the winner in round 6. Here they are, obviously Flavio looking for his Runix plus the Rex. And he does start things off with a draw phase, most likely tip. Banishing Nibiru, interesting choice.
Does it get to the 5th summon though? I mean, it's not.
It depends also on the Gigantic.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna see whether there is a draw, because this opening is insane.
Yeah. And there
is draw. Is there the Cold by the Grave? Because otherwise this could be so strong here.
Wow.
I think it resolves.
Yeah, it does. This is huge, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. This might have changed the game entirely, because...
yeah, I see a draw in Flavio's end as well, but this is huge.
Will it just pass?
You could just pass, to be fair. Because otherwise you have a few options, but you waste so much. Maybe Fountain pass and call it a day. And yeah, just Fountain and plays back to Luca, who I think is super happy about how things went. But he's gonna be met with a destruction, drawing 2 cards. No bell this time.
Wow. Planet. Wow.
Double planet. Here we're gonna see the draw, which is actually gonna be really nice. You can get Fenrir or Unicorn. Let's see. Yeah, and this draw is also really strong. Battle of the draws in this game 3.
Okay, I think he enters battle phase.
Yeah, that's it. Wow. Which I was thinking for this exact reason, if Ferrir wasn't safer, just to play around draw and get rid of Fountain and have an interruption. But, I mean, that's what it is. He's gonna instead banish a card from the extra deck. Some one-offs. I'm not sure, honestly. Did you catch which one he banished?
I think he banished the Ausa.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
One of the donors, most likely.
Oh, okay.
And I think he just passed. And now again, a second destruction, drawing a card. We already know that he's holding the Rex. And there he goes. Yeah. So probably the idea is if he activates the Rex, he then vanishes with Unicorn the other donor, and there are no more donors for Flavio. Yeah. So no more donor in the extra deck from Flavio. But no, actually he goes for Folgo. So maybe interesting. So either he banished another Folgo at the beginning or not sure at the moment.
I think he must have banished another Folgo, right?
I think it makes sense to banish 2 of the same. No way you banish 2 different ones.
Yeah.
Like. And yeah, here we see an amazing hard drawn Rafale.
No more Folgo for Flavio, who needs to come up with a different line. Oh. But yes, so much. Getting the tip from Rafal. Wow. Yeah, even though the Folgos are gone, still I think that this is looking very promising for Flavio.
Yeah.
Because now comes the for hire. And
Destroying the unicorn or not? Then he changed his mind. I don't know. Yeah. Although he doesn't have the Folgo, he can still go for a pretty impressive field with the Mascherena, using the Rex effect to get back a monster,
yeah,
and having the tip.
it's huge, honestly. Yeah, impressive stuff from Flavio. Now plays back to Luca, who will not have an easy time against this. Especially because there will be a negation from Carrot, and then there's also the tip, so it's going to be very, very difficult.
So he starts thing off once again with his Scarecrow. Astra, maybe? Let's see. And there goes the tip. Will banish a card, hopefully not the Theosis. And he goes for Slumber. Wow, and he draws a card now.
Yeah.
Usually you would expect at least a draw 2, but I think we are seeing the unicorn.
Yeah.
Yep. He thinks that this is enough. I'm a little concerned about this line of play from Flavio. It doesn't seem that convincing, but it is what it takes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Luca doesn't have anything else going for him, just passed, and another tip is picked up.
Very promising here for Flavio, although he cannot end the battle phase. I think that I might be having, honestly, a lot of thoughts if I were Luca in this moment, especially because now, once again, the Rex comes to the field. And this is getting so much advantage for Flavio.
Usually we saw just the rookie, but he's also playing a second target, which is the Mayhem. And while the rookie special summon from deck, Mayhem special summons from graveyard. And you can see here just how good this deck can be. I think this might be the only mistake in destroying the field spell, because you saw evenly matched, and I would honestly keep the field spell there. It doesn't really do anything, because you don't have the Carrot right now, so risky play here by Flavio, especially when your opponent passes on 2 cards in hand.
Plays back to Luca, who is really trying to figure out whether he can come back into this one.
Not entering the battle phase, instead gonna look at this Unchained Abomination. Yeah, and this seems like an upfield battle for the Scarecrow player. But he has a way to special summon back with the Folgo. He cannot access the Folgo, so for Rafal, seems like he's considering some of his actions. But there he goes, the last or second to last card in hand, being the other Scarecrow spell, Designer. But Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
yet again, another runic spell, and this is
Wow.
an impossible duo. Flavio very convincingly takes this game 3 and is the winner of the match. What a match it was, honestly. Both of these guys giving it their best with very unique decks out of the competition, but only one could go further with a 6-0 record. In the end, it's Flavio. But they give out their best, and it was a really exciting match.
Yeah, it was a very interesting one, especially because like we got to see, you know, something that we don't see often, no? And I think we have to give credit to both of these guys for showing up with something different. And on one hand, Luca with his Scarecrow, which is sitting on a 5-1 record, still very impressive.
Yep.
Well, on the other one, I think that Flavio, you know, piloting this deck, I think he has a very good chance, you know, to beat all, you know, the Kashtira players around. And I mean, we have mentioned this already, playing this very small sprite engine gives you a lot of advantage also, because like the running engine itself is very, very powerful with the 4 higher.
And it's only gonna get better with time, and I think he also, especially in game 1, played it out really good. And in the end, I mean, it's still nothing to worry about if you're Luca. 5-1 is totally reasonable. Very good chances at advancing to day 2, which, by the way, just as a recap, what we're gonna go through is only 8 rounds today, and we are gonna go for 3 more rounds tomorrow, followed by top 32. So there are 2 more rounds remaining of Swiss for the day, but without going to round 7. And before doing that, we are gonna go on a short break, and we will be back with the winner of round 6, that is Flavio. And we're back with the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023. We are here with the winner of round 6, Flavio. Once again, so sorry guys and sorry international viewers, we are gonna have to go through a little translation phase where I interview Flavio in Italian and then we will translate, or rather Alberto is gonna go through that. So, congratulazioni, complimenti per il round. Anzitutto 6-0 direi un inizio di tutto rispetto.
Buon inizio.
Te lo aspettavi? Siamo sinceri.
No, non me lo aspettavo, ero confident con il mazzo perché sapevo che era un mazzo che poteva fare bene anche altri eventi, però una cosa è magari a qualche evento come regionale, il nazionale è tutto un altro mondo e non mi aspettavo che riusciva a performare così bene.
So first of all, congratulations with the results. Starting things off with a 6-0 record is incredible. And indeed, I mean, I was not expecting to make this well, especially at the national level. I played regionals, but going into this event with a 6-0 record is incredible.
E assolutamente, come hai detto, è un mazzo di tutto rispetto, è un mazzo che dobbiamo dire si è fatto notare, come abbiamo detto anche durante il match con la Dinkabui quando l'ha giocato, quindi credo, almeno non lo so, ma te lo chiediamo se hai avuto ispirazione anche vedendolo lì, ma ora è già un po' che lo giochi e quindi cos'è la cosa che ti piace di più del mazzo, perché l'hai portato comunque?
Sì, chiaramente Dinkabui è stato fondamentale perché comunque ha dato via tutto qua. L'ho provato, ho dato fiducia, mi è sembrato molto forte, continuo a giocarlo perché innanzitutto è un mazzo che la gente non si aspetta, perché comunque nessuno sa più o meno che fanno i Furai. E comunque è un mazzo che ha delle power play fortissime tra Folgo, Rex, Ribornare, Donner, è molto forte.
So yours was a very interesting choice, first of all, especially because this is something that people don't really expect. But thanks to Dinkabui, maybe indeed starting things off like this, and indeed this was the case. I took inspiration from him taking the deck, and people were not really expecting this, so I'm very happy with my choice.
E niente, come al solito vi ringraziamo te, ti auguriamo buona fortuna per il resto dell'evento. Alla fine, come abbiamo detto, ci saranno 2 soli turni rimanenti oggi al day 1, quindi sicuramente al day 2 ci arrivi, speriamo con un record.
Oltre.
Esatto, infatti. Quindi speriamo di rivederti, ma grazie a tutti. And as in the previous round, I will take the burden off Alberto. I was just wishing him congratulations, and as a reminder, 2 more rounds remaining for the day to find out who will advance to day 2. Flavio for sure with at least advance to day 2, but guys, thank you for being with us. This was round 6. Don't go anywhere, and we will be back soon with round number 7.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023. We are here in round 7, and once again we got a treat for you guys, because still more decks we have not seen in action, and one of them is a throwback, I want to say, at least, because it's one of those decks that sometimes throughout the year come back. And it's actually a pretty cool deck, and that is Dragon Link, that will be piloted by Rizzo, Andrea. But what do you think of the deck, first of all? Do you think it's valid, or is it more of a roguish option? Spoiler, he's 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think I really like the deck. And I think it's one of those decks that has always been very explosive.
Yeah.
And it has been, you know, missing some cards throughout the time, but still being very competitive. And I think we have seen the rise of the deck during the remote duels. So it's been
a lot.
2 to 3 years ago, more or less. But I still really like the deck, especially because like it's always been a very link-based deck with synchro summons. And, you know, with Rocket Tracer and the Boot Sector launch. And I think it can also play very well against hand traps in general. But I think that Nibiru is the most carried one. So it's,
absolutely, but at the same time, we saw some of a change in the way this deck play. And some people started to call it like bestial controls, because you can play it as kind of a, literally, hieratic sphere, a bestial beast, usually a card that you can get branded beast with the Lubellion, and you just play this kind of a control game. And if that's the version, I think he's gonna have a huge lead, because his opponent, which is Rusconi, is playing branded. So this will be an explosive future match, and we'll find out whether one deck or the other is favorite. Regardless, though, a lot of light and darks involved, which means bestials are among the best cards you can pick up, and on either side, to be fair. So
yeah. I think also when bestial were first released, it was one of the main reasons why maybe Dragon Link was, you know, lost some, you know, its consistency, I want to say. So it's, but I think it's still, you know, with 6-0 record, the Italian National Championship, honestly,
it's impressive. There are very few people still undefeated, but let's find out whether it's gonna be Dragon Link or branded that takes this round 7 here in game number 1. Here they are. Let's see whether... Oh, a very high roll of Gay. It depends on who goes first, and yeah, it seems like it will be the branded deck. We have seen it obviously piloted almost to perfection by Pierluigi. Yeah. Let's see if... okay, gonna start things off with the deployment. Interesting card. You can get the Cartesia by revealing the Gran Guignol, and that's what we are gonna see here.
And I think in general with Dragon Link, I'm really curious to seeing, you know, this option in his main deck, especially because when going second, of course, you really need some interruptions, because otherwise, you know, it will be not so easy to deal with your opponent's field.
And that is an interesting pickup with the Tragedy. You can actually go for search Aluber.
And we've said this before. I think running into this event, and if you were to play branded honestly, and I think you were expecting a lot of Kashtira. So on one hand, as Pierluigi told us in the interview post-match discussion, I think that he is somewhat...
But I think I saw a Veiler, and yeah, I'm not tripping. There was a Veiler, and the Veiler on the Aluber is surely pretty nice. So let's see whether that's enough, but there is a branded fusion. And wow, a lot of branded players agree that when you get to resolve the fusion, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not going to be as strict as this, but it's definitely a powerful turn one by branded here.
Even though we gotta say that when we saw Pierluigi's in action, I think he resolved it once just because it was the only time he activated it. So it's...
And this is honestly very good news from branded. You basically get rid of 2 cards from their end and you're still happy. Ooh, but here is an interesting hand because the Magnamut is obviously a pretty nice card to combine this with. Is there a response? No response, and this is huge because I was about to say he can just go for the Lubellion, tributing Albion, and it's great, but the Magnamut is really strong here.
Yeah, I mean, if it was not here, honestly, the Impermanence and the Veiler themselves wouldn't have done so much.
No.
And we were mentioning this before, honestly. I mean, with the Bestials, I think Dragolink on one hand, I think had some sort of more interruptions, but on the other hand, I think it suffered a lot, the Bestials themselves. But as for now, I mean, main decking the Bestials is paying off, because here, I think it's just
That's it.
best.
So now he can search his own copy of Lubellion or any of the other Bestials, and what's great is that in this deck, actually, Magnamut does not say Bestial, it says Dragon, which means you can search any of your Dragon monster. But for now, it seems like it's just a Saron here. And this is a very weak start from branded.
Yeah, especially because, like, I think you were setting up your field with the Lubellion that was in the graveyard, so that was your main idea.
Ooh, and now we see the normal summon of the Red Eyes to be used, most likely, exactly. Gonna search both the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon and the Boot Sector launch.
What a start, honestly, from...
Yeah, insane stuff here. Reading one of the OGs makes sense if you're not too familiar with the deck. A card that came out more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Almost 15, I think. And yeah, as we can see here, he's gonna use its effect to just special summon a dragon. And gonna get back the level 1 from the graveyard.
Let's now see if there's any way in which this could be stopped somehow. Okay.
So he's gonna try his best, banishing the Grand Guignol to special summon 1 from the deck. Let's see, really considering his options. It doesn't seem like he has all that great. Really considering it, but he's actually gonna go for the extra deck option instead. Usually we have seen it being used to summon from deck. And it's one of the new cards, which is the Despian Lulu Walilit, which is definitely an interesting name. But as you can see here, obviously his opponent Andrea is gonna have a good read. For anyone who is not familiar with the card, it's 2500 both in attack and defense. And if a card leaves the extra deck, you can pretty much alternate and negate the effect of a face-up card on the field. So, not the most threatening card, I gotta say. But he's considering his option. Gonna go for the Dragunity. Speaking about it, usually you go and search for the Dragon Raven here. Instead, we are gonna see the Saronir coming down. And wow, we are actually gonna see the Atum. What a throwback. Not only the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, but Hieratic Atum. Wow.
And I think he has to rate it, honestly.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Special summon a dragon, make it 0. And that's pretty nice. Okay, Ash Blossom coming down. Saronir can be activated to send the Lubellion. Or like a beast. Yep. And that's as expected gonna to be the case, but the Ash Blossom was still somewhat annoying, we could say.
I think Andrea is not done yet, because I mean, I'm seeing him maybe slightly better, but I really have to see if he can overextend a bit, because he has the sector launch in his hand.
Considering, yeah, finally goes for a Link Summon, could be a Link free. Instead, it's just the Hieratic Sphere. And from the situation promising as it was, it seemed as if that's all he has.
Yeah.
So actually, hope is back for Rusconi.
I think he passed, right?
Yeah. Play is back to Branded, who now pretty much just has to deal with the spheres.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a lot of trouble, honestly, to deal with the sphere. If he finds a way to push enough damage, he might be sealed game even now. So let's see what he decides to go for. Okay, he has the Fallen of Albas, gets rid of the last card.
Yeah, but this is actually not the greatest because you can just chain it and Albas needs to fuse from both fields. So you can just get rid of either the Albion or the Despian in the extra monster zone. At the same time, we shouldn't forget that there is a tragedy in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Which can be banished to get back the Branded Fusion, which might be what we see after this Hieratic Sphere summons. What could be a Magnamoot? Let's see. Yeah, as expected, Magnamoot is special summoned. Gonna activate his effect, maybe fetching a Levianeer for next turn.
Yeah, that might be relevant.
There might not be a next turn, and as expected, yeah. You can see here, Tragedy setting back the Branded Fusion.
And let's see now if he can really find his own way to seal the game, which I think
it's super easy.
Yeah.
If there is not another Bestial in the end, this is easily game. And wow, actually we can see that the deck list is very different.
Yeah.
He's maining 12 Anthrops, while Pierluigi was only maining 3 Nibiru.
Yeah, he's playing Droll, Nibiru, Veiler.
Which I feel like can be quite bricky when you're playing Branded.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, having so many hand traps in Branded, it's risky, but yeah, it looks like it's paying off. Let's see if he can really find his way to fill the game now. I don't think it's going to be very difficult.
No, it shouldn't be. You can even go just for an Albion, and that's what he's gonna go for. Albion, banish Shu, summon another fusion, switch everything to attack, because that's a 0-0, by the way. And that should be easy. Easy. Okay, since obviously Veiler is a spellcaster, you can also go for the other Albion. And yeah, Andrea just gonna take a read. Gonna try and enter battle phase.
Yeah.
Yep. Attack over the Magnamut. Attack with the remaining to deal 6,800. And it seems as if this is more than enough. And therefore, Andrea loses game one. And game one goes to Brandon.
Good stuff from him. We saw basically the Impermanence, the Veiler, and the Byzantine Magnamut being activated from Andrea. Still, I think that it proved us how powerful the branded deck is. And we said this before. We also saw it with Pierluigi, who played basically a very different kind of, deck list. Brandon is performing very well this weekend, and on the other hand, Dragon Link, represented by Andrea with a 6-0 record here, I think that also playing the Byzantines in the main deck, it's paying off.
I don't know. I'm not even sure what happened in this game, if I have to be honest with you. It looked as if Andrea opened kind of a really good hand. At the same time, Brandon had an insane opening, and it was stopped in his track, even without an Ash Blossom, thanks to the Magnamut. But then it didn't seem as if he had anything else going on. He only had an Ash Blossom, but then at some point it just whiffed. He wasn't able to do anything else. He had to end on a Uratic Spheres, and his opponent capitalized on this and just fight it back. And I'm confused about that dynamic, because it seems as if Andrea really had the game.
Yeah, he had them all, honestly. The Veiler, the Impermanence, and then the Magnamut. There was so much things going on, and I think for a second he might be thinking, I got this, no?
Yeah, because what I'm thinking now is once you move to the side deck, now it's a little confusing what's going to happen. But, I mean, regardless, we mentioned both of these players want to use their Bestials because they are amazing in this matchup. So it will probably be a battle of who has more Bestials, and just a single Magnamut can change the outcome of this match. Regardless, one of these guys is gonna move on with a 7-0 record. They are ready, so let's go into game 2. And here we go. We start things off with a Seifert. Obviously, really nice card. Has always been in Dragon Link. You can search the Wyver Buster, Collapse Serpent, these kind of cards, which are arguably among the best Dragon monsters even ever made.
Yeah.
And let's see if there is a draw and lock. It doesn't seem like it.
Does he have it?
No. Instead, it will be quick launch, special summoning the Tracer from the deck. And this is stuff that, as you mentioned, throughout Remote Duel we have seen a lot, and that is still pretty similar to that nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same opening, just
wow,
the draw.
But draw and lock to play around Gamma, I guess it just didn't feel like risking it. Waited a little bit more than what you would expect, but he's still gonna get rewarded because draw and lock is amazing against Dragon Link.
Because now here, of course, he has the book sector launch, but activating the Wyver Buster, it will not be able to search for the Collapse Serpent. So
and not even search for Raven. Usually that's what you go for. Unfortunately here, it just makes a sphere, sets 1, sets 3, wow.
3.
And plays back to his opponent. That was unexpected. And now let's see what he's gonna pick up.
Yeah, something that you don't really expect at all from Dragon Link deck. Honestly, I'm really thinking what he might have been set, because I mean, we will soon find out, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe 3 impermanents.
Maybe. I mean, it could have the branded beast, but yeah, impermanence resolves. Again, let's keep in mind the column where it was activated, but it's already a 2-for-1, and is that it? Really? No.
Ah, no, okay.
No way.
It was
It
the same-
just
yeah,
enters main phase and goes for deployment. Probably Cartesia once again. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we have to mention that the branded deck throughout the time has gained a lot of, significant, new cards to the deck.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the main reasons why it is getting at this level of the stage, with the Rusconi now the future match, and before with Pierluigi showing us how powerful the deck is.
Absolutely, and it has a good matchup against the most popular deck, which is Kashtira. Now we're just gonna force out the Hieratic Spheres, which, if activated, could force the card. But I don't think you even chain anything to it.
Yeah.
Again, we could see the interaction of bringing out the Magnamut, and yeah, I don't think you chain anything if you are Michele. Yep. So Cartesia back to the end. Michele has a normal summon yet. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. Magnamut coming down, which would make a face down branded beast potentially active. And yeah, as expected, just a normal summon. Wow, and there is the branded fusion once again, and no response. This is brutal.
I mean, once you see the impermanence being activating on the Alba, you don't really expect your opponent having also branded fusion, no? So it's, this is very, very strong, especially as we saw in game 1. It is a game changer. We have said this already, having the branded fusion resolving, honestly, creates a lot of troubles. And yeah, I mean, let's see now, Michele, what he really wants to go for now. And I mean, still wondering what Andrea might be holding. Maybe another impermanence might be there.
Yeah. Which would be really bad, because once you have the Cartesia online, you can play around impermanence too. And here we see again the Albion coming down with the Quem in grave, and finally the Cartesia activated.
Yeah. You can tell Andrea's just, reading through Michele's cards, and maybe he's holding an impermanence.
Because this is big, because if you make the Gran Guignol, you can send the puppet from the deck. He most likely has another impermanence.
Yeah, I think so.
Agree with you. And I don't think using it makes any sense, because you can just use the Cartesia next turn. It's a quick effect.
Yeah.
So. Wow, it's not impermanence, it's a big brother or sister, which is skill drain.
We were not seeing this coming at all.
At all. Let's see if he wants to do anything with this Albion.
Wow, this changes the game entirely, honestly.
I think he's just passed, and we are resolving the Magnamut to get Lubellion. But yes, skill drain. Wow, that's unexpected for sure.
And we mentioned this basically with Labyrinth, how powerful skill drain is, because most of the times basically there's no real out to that. And I mean, this might be easily one of these cards that basically and drastically change the game.
Absolutely, can change it quite a bit. As you can see here, we get to another Bestial, the Druid Swarm, and Bestials are amazing with or without skill drain, because they are pretty big on average, and like the Druid Swarm, you can just use it and get rid of a card. Gonna consider his plays. As mentioned, you can go for the Druid Swarm right away, punishing the Quen, for example.
Yeah. And also, do you agree with playing skill drains? Like, I don't think that it was very popular in general
No,
in
but
Dragon Link,
I
right?
do like it because usually against Dragon Link, everybody would disregard the spell and traps,
Yeah.
and I think it's very unexpected card as you in this game. This game, we probably would have bet on Andrea to just lose
Yeah, yeah.
and skill drain is saving him, and now we see the Dispater coming down. Really good with the effect, pretty decent without effect, just as a 3500 body.
Here comes the Druid Swarm as well, and this is getting very, very scary for Michele, which...
wow, he banishes the ad libby. Okay. And now gonna use both to get rid of Albion.
Yeah, and he enters battle phase, deals some damage. And looks like Michele is basically left with one card in hand, or Shu, cannot quite tell.
Nice play.
Yeah.
And it's now Andrea with against the wall. Yeah, gonna just get back a Cartesian, but really needs to top deck something, and otherwise this might be Andrea just completely stealing this game with skill drain. And it's tough to fight back. If you don't see that coming, I don't think it's easy to have an out.
Let's see if we can really find a way to go through this skill drain, which honestly, it is very, very difficult. I don't really see a scenario in which you can get rid of it.
Start things off by, yeah, just sending a monster. This looks like it will be Andrea game, but Michele trying his best to stay in this. Raven can send a few interesting targets. One of them is the other Lubellion, and as you can see here, nice play, sending the Cypher, getting it back, and adding another Bestial from the deck. Very interesting deck.
Yeah.
As mentioned, this is totally looking like a Bestial control kind of deck. And as you can see here, gonna play really well to just get rid of all of his resources, giving only this Tragedy, which can get back a branded fusion, but with skill drain on, it's tough to use it properly.
Very well played here by Andrea, honestly. I mean, if it was not for that skill drain, we will not be seeing this game shoot, most likely.
No. And now one more turn remains for Michele to find an answer. Andrea looking at the crowd, confident that we can go to game 3. Even through that drone, that seemed like it would have been enough to just win the game. Branded lost, not that impactful at the moment, because it's still not an out to the skill drain. And yeah, he's gonna resolve the fusion. Let's see.
Yeah, here the difficult part is what you really want to achieve with this.
The best card could probably be a Branded in red, but at the moment it doesn't really have too much going on. Gonna get an Albion maybe from the deck to just draw a card. or a Courier. Let's see what cards he could get. I think you're just trying draw, but yeah.
Yeah.
He has seen enough. No hope left, and he decides to pick up his cards. We are going to game 3. What a match, again, trying their best. It seems as if Andrea started really strong, but a drawn and lock, even wisely played by Michele to play around Gamma, completely shut him down. Then I was about to say, okay, he sets 1, he sets 3, and we were like, okay, what is that gonna be? And also an interesting thing is, if you think about it, at the very beginning of the turn, what happened was his opponent used opening, he special summoned an Aluber and used this effect, and we saw an impermanence. But the skill drain was there, so he just thought that maybe I can go ahead and use the impermanence, and I don't need to use my skill drain. I can combo through. If they have something else, then I can use the skill drain. Exactly what happened. So well played by Andrea, and you can see now Michele trying to think whether he can side something, and I saw a cosmic in there.
Because he's scared of the skill drain, and now honestly, yeah, I think you have to be very careful with that. I mean, once again, we were not expecting the skill drain coming, but it's gonna be a very, very interesting game 3 to watch.
And regardless, both of these players are on an undefeated record of 6 wins and 0 losses. Let's see who will advance to 7-0. Our duelists are ready. Let's go to game 3.
Here they are. Michele will start things off this time, and let's see what he picked up.
Again, the deployment opened with this card 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's probably just gonna be the Cartesia once again. What's next? He could start things off with the Cartesia, but it's the opening. Interesting that he didn't go for it in the draw phase to play around draw.
Yeah. Let's see if Andrea has a Veiler or Impermanence. I think he does.
Also to play around Veiler, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But Cartesia can be chained, which makes this Veiler actually pretty bad. But wow! Veiler and Impermanence.
Wow.
And I think he passed.
And also, this is...
Wow! What an opening from Andrea. Veiler, Impermanence, and Magnamut, which is just the same as game 1.
Yeah, the exact same. Yeah, in the exact order.
Crazy. Crazy.
Andrea looked confident, huh?
Yeah. And now you can get any dragon, again, getting the Lubellion.
Will let me think that he is already holding something.
Yeah, should be the case, but this could be a quick game 3. Brutal opening by Andrea, who starts things off once again by adding another bestial. Cartesia is gonna chain to summon Gran Guignol. Really strong opening here by Andrea. When there are about 13 minutes left. And yeah, we just get another card back. Usually you get to see a card from the deck. This time you just get something in the grave, but as you can see here, it doesn't matter. He got another Magnamut with the Lubellion, and he's just gonna use it once again to get another one in the end phase. Huge.
Let's see now, Andrea, how he will be facing this. I think Mikael is trying to best to stay in this game.
Wow,
Also
and
the talent.
even the talent to try and look at his opponent hand, and it's Ash plus Veiler. Interesting one. Actually, very interesting way to follow this up. He was hoping only for one of them,
Yeah.
so he could go into Atum maybe and just keep things going, but this is actually interesting.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because worst case scenario, you can also go for an XYZ summon, and then you go battle phase, main phase 2, and then you go into Zeus if you really want to. So
Could be a line. But here we see the Veiler, and wow, the Seifert just ends the game pretty much on the spot unless Andrea makes a mistake while going too fast. I mean, we did mention it.
what a hand, honestly.
Yeah.
Veiler
Perfect.
Impermanence talent.
Magnamut and Seifert.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the last card.
Yeah.
So it's
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. Yeah. This is a brutal opening, and I'm not surprised that he's 6-0, almost 7-0 when he throws hands like this.
Yeah, and I think it's just maybe a matter of time before Andrea seals this game. It's gonna take maybe just a couple of extra moves because basically Mikael is left with nothing in his hand. And there's just a Despian being on the field.
The only thing he needs to pay attention to is the Aluber in the graveyard, but since there are no fusions,
Yeah.
and this is nice because this is actually the Chaos Angel we wanted to see in the Labyrinth matchup, and we haven't seen yet.
Here comes Romulus. So it's going to search for the Ravine. Okay, the last card in Andrea's hand was Driver. Fair enough. And it's going to send with the Ravine. Let's see. Okay, the Upsurrounded Dragon, and then he gets him the Tracer, and then the Book Sector launch is being activated. And we can tell that Andrea is playing at a full speed because he knows that there's nothing left that Michele can do to stop him. And here the Recharger is being summoned on the field. Here they're just checking on the Despian's effect.
Yeah. But as you can see here, is actually gonna use the Dispater to special summon a Lyro Dark from the Banished. And here we saw even another Link summoning, gonna go into battle phase, attacking over and attacking directly with the Dispater. 3,500 damage.
Yeah, it goes to the end phase and searches for Magnum's effect. Yeah. Let's see if Michele can pick up anything from his deck. Very nice turn by Andrea. As we can see here, gonna be able to use the effect in the end phase from the Despian, special summoning the Quem from deck, and let's see what Michele was able to pick up from this turn. And there's the handshake. Yeah, there goes the handshake. But again, really nice played by both. In the end, we go into the game 3, but Andrea, just too much. What a match we were here in round 7. Really back and forth. On the one hand, if there were any of you guys skeptic about what the Dragon Link deck or the branded control, or like we could say bestial control deck can do, well, it was impressive. He went on with a 7-0 record, still undefeated, and one more round remaining, so he could be just undefeated all the way through day 1. Yeah. Impressive showing. Obviously, really weird match in a way, because game 1 and game 3 were just the timestamp. They were the same, no? We started things off with Failure Impermanence and the Magnamut. In game 1 we thought that this was enough, but in the end, I mean, it wasn't. And then I think game 2 was completely different, because basically Michele had the drone unlock, which might have stopped Andrea's strategy entirely, but it was not the case, because basically he got the sphere and 3 cards, and we said, what is going on? Yeah. And there was a skill gen which changed the game entirely, something that you don't really expect at all.
Absolutely. Skill drain really changed the outcome of the entire match, from being a 2-0 from branded to actually allowing him to have the comeback. And in the end, even in game 3, Magnamut was the deciding factor. Such a strong card. Very popular side deck card, one of the most played side deck cards at the moment. He's maining free, and maybe that's the key to his victory. Regardless, though, congratulations to both. They're both still in contention for making it to the top cut, but thank you guys for being with us. This was round 7. We will be back shortly with Andrea, the winner of the round. And we're here once again at the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023 with the winner of round 7, Andrea. First of all, congrats, man.
Thank you.
It was an amazing future match, and wow, this is your first national. You're 7-0. How does it feel?
It feels really good.
Yeah.
I was so stressed during the match. I've only had one top previously, was the UK Open.
Okay.
And you know, like this is like an actual event for me.
Absolutely.
And like I've only been to one ICS as well, so you know,
That's
I'm so
great.
happy. Like
Yeah.
all my friends are proud of me, and they're here to support me. So
And they should be, for sure. We heard the crowd applauding and cheering for you. That's always beautiful. But I guess you can play also more relaxed when you have less expectations, maybe. You just take whatever comes to you. But now,
yeah,
you gotta make it, man. Stay focused.
working hard, 4 hours of sleep. You know,
Exactly. I get it how it is, but your deck really surprised us. It's one of the unique ones in the first tables. So what goes behind it?
the one that loses to Cash mainly.
Mainly.
So-
Have you been dodging Cash
I
or?
played one Cash.
Okay,
And
okay.
game 3 I got handed him. So like double Kurikara talents.
Okay, nice.
No,
That's
but
how it goes. Yeah.
The Fury is, I only played D-Link. I've only played D-Link for the last 2 years, and I'm not gonna change deck just because of the meta. And like what I say
Makes
to
sense.
all my friends is that when D-Link dies, I stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
D-Link's
So
best deck.
hopefully it will never do. And yeah, you can prove to everyone, just like you did now on stream, that the deck is valid, the deck is up there. And obviously we're gonna wish you good luck with the event and to making it to the top cut of such a huge event. But without further ado, what is, if you can choose just one card, then your favorite card in the deck?
Band,
Okay.
Chaos Ruler.
Okay, unfortunately it's gone. But of your current deck,
We need an errata. Can only be made with Light and Dark Dragon monsters.
I mean, maybe. But just your favorite card of now, your
now.
deck now.
Chaos Space.
Makes sense. Still chaos in the name.
Yeah.
That's good enough for you.
Yeah.
But thank you for being with us again. Good luck for the rest. You don't need much else to just make it to the top cut, so stay focused. Last few rounds. But thank you guys for being with us. Just as a final reminder, one more round today, and then we will have the cut to day 2 tomorrow. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we will be back with round 8. Welcome back to the coverage of the WCQ Italian National 2023 in Bologna. We are here one last time today for the 8th round because we are going through, as mentioned, 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed by 3 more tomorrow and then top 32. So what a better way than to find out one of those duelists who will advance to day 2 with a pretty high record, because we decided to pick 2 players on an X1 record. And funny enough, there is actually a pretty cool story behind this, because on the one end we have the only player, or one of the only players at the top tables playing Flowanderies. What a deck!
Yeah, I mean, last year I won the national championship, so still here with a 6-1 record, honestly, and we're really looking forward to seeing Alessandro's deck in action.
Absolutely, and funny enough, the only loss from Alessandro was Andrea Rizzo, the winner of the previous round with Dragon Link. And at the same time, what's funny and even more is that his opponent for this round, Matteo Papetti, is also on Dragon Link. So we'll see whether that is the weak matchup for Flowanderies. But as mentioned, it's gonna be Flowanderies against Dragon Link. One more round to find the winner and who will advance with 7-1. Our duelists are ready. Let's go to game 1. And here they are having a laugh. Now there is already a pretty nice crowd gathering, watching the match in action. And again, it's arguably the most important match of the day, because it's the one where you can lose tension.
Here comes the die roll 10 from Alessandro and 10 as well for Matteo. And this is a 2 against an 11.
Nice fist bump, and let's see, as you mentioned, Dragon Link surprised us in the previous round, but Flowanderies, we really have not seen much of this deck in action, but I think we might see a complete whiff, a brick from Matteo.
Ooh.
Wow. Only a face down call by the grave, and that's it.
I think he has Gamma Veiler Book Sectoral Launch.
And Magnamut.
Wow.
Magnamut awful against Flowanderies.
Totally awful. Yeah.
Unless there is a shifter, and that's not the case. At the same time, Gamma and Veiler could be really nice against the Flowanderies deck, but I think Alessandro is super happy about just facing a face down Speller Trap.
Yeah, especially because, like, I think after losing the die roll, I mean, if your opponent starts things off like this, here I really want to say, what are you thinking if you are Matteo? Because now you know that you're up against Flowanderies.
I think you're desperate.
Yeah.
Because you were hoping half of your end was at least good, which were the call by, and especially the Magnamut. You will not be able to use the Magnamut unless you Veiler. And that's probably what's going to happen. Double pot, nice opening. Okay. I think the quick play is actually really, really nice.
Yeah, this is very, very strong from Alessandro.
Did he pick it? I
didn't quite see.
Yeah, he picked the Advent, which actually allows him to play around Veiler. And let's see if that's going to be what's going on. He can normal summon Robina.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the Veiler or the Gamma? It is going to be the Gamma, actually really strong here. And I think, yeah, Alessandro is just considering whether to still chain the Advent, maybe to get to the field spell, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to happen. Chaining it, no more response. Does he get the field spell? Or does he get some other monster? If he has another Flowanderies, obviously the field spell is the best. Unless he already has a copy, obviously. But okay, he goes for the Egglen instead. And he's gonna gain 500 life points. Yeah. Let's see if there is the map in hand.
Ooh,
Oh, nice. There is a thrust. He actually has a few interesting targets, but the problem is with the prosperity, you cannot go for talent into draw.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Probably terraforming. It's my guess. I think that could be really nice. Yeah, it's terraforming, and this is actually awesome. You can get to the map, and it's actually well played by Alessandro. Since he has the Egglen, he can still combo through, but we know the Effect Veiler is in the end. Probably you can get either the Stree or the Toucan. Yeah, gets the Toucan. And this Veiler is good for obviously two reasons, which is gonna stop the play, but it's also gonna give a target for the Magnamut.
Yeah.
So at least Matteo has some hope of playing. And that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think it was the only spot in which basically the Manamog would have been live.
Yeah.
And here comes the Magnamod indeed.
As expected, the Magnamut gonna be activated, and as we mentioned in the previous round, this is really strong in Dragon Link. You can get to a lot of different cards.
And even though basically Matteo bricked and passed previously, once again, 2 interruptions were enough, as we saw with Andrea in the previous Furor match. And let's see if he can pick up anything from his deck.
Makes sense that you get the Lubellion, because obviously you do not want a normal summon when there is a map and a Robina in hand.
And here, yeah, Matteo is really hoping for one of his missing pieces, and the Lubellion now comes to the field, gets the effect, and no response from Alessandro.
Yep. So he's gonna get the Branded Beast. We didn't see it in the previous round, but obviously it's one of the standard combo pieces that you can get pretty much for free. And it's quite nice because you can pop them up.
And indeed, he's just taking a look at it.
Yeah, basically tribute a dragon, pop a card, and getting rid of the map is pretty nice. Saronir is decent.
And funny enough, I think, as we mentioned earlier, I think it's a bestial control deck.
Yes, absolutely. Bestial control once again from Matteo, just like Andrea in the previous round. And as you can see, gonna push some damage. And then is actually committing to a link summon, maybe the Hieratic.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, especially because like now he gets to send 1.
And this is the regained, which you can basically get to the field in the end phase with the beast. What this does is that it searches even more bestial cards. Potentially, because you can special summon them from the grave. And it's literally bestial control.
Yeah.
So in the end phase, he can get that back. And not only will it draw him a card next turn, but it will special summon a bestial from the graveyard. And that's it. So play is back to Alessandro. Definitely a grind matchup, an interesting one nonetheless. Ooh, but the Feather Duster.
Wow.
Huge pickup. Wow.
Something that you don't really expect at all. And this might be honestly the game changer.
Yeah,
'cause
it's so strong. Because there is not much that you can do here. No way. Wow.
Matteo having a bad headache.
That's
and also the cool body
insane.
grave was there just in
Yeah.
case.
That's insane. So strong. And this changes the game completely. This Hieratic Spheres doesn't do anything against Flow Wanderers. And yeah, I think this is basically game. And even the Herald of the Abyss. Wow. Main deck, one copy of Herald of the Abyss. Usually there for purely. As we saw, he is playing 3 copies of Trust in the main deck. But that's definitely an interesting choice.
And I think here is going either for, I think it's considering whether to get the Empen. Let's see. Okay.
And yeah, you can see here just Alessandro playing as fast as possible. He knows that there is not much deck his opponent can have at this point, and this is just the usual for Wanderers that, as you mentioned, last year dominated the event with Diego winning it all.
Yeah, business as usual, I would say. I mean, it's... I mean, I'm pretty sure that if it was not for the Harpy's Feather Duster...
It was a different game.
Yeah, for sure.
It was surely not over. It was going to be a grind game, I mentioned it. I mean, because basically you get at least a +3 from both, and it was going to be an open game. But yeah, the Feather Duster is clutch. But to be fair, I mean, last year it was great for Diego.
Yeah.
And it makes sense in this deck. You have Duality, Prosperity, and now even Trust. So 9 ways of searching potentially the Feather Duster. So just at the cost of playing 1 card, you get it pretty often.
Exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, here you can see just a very rare Flow Wanderers trying to OTK, but it might happen.
Yeah, not much that Matteo can do. Is just witnessing Alessandro's mastering the Flow Wanderers deck.
And yeah, here comes the 3 that's gonna banish from the grave the Lubellion.
And also the Apex Avian here. I think this is more than enough, honestly.
And yeah, he enters battle phase, not quite to seal the game right away, but gonna push 5,400 damage. And play is back to Matteo, who looks in disgust at this top deck, but he has actually Collapse Serpent, which is pretty nice. But yeah, there is just so much that can happen here. We can see the Raiza, the last tribute monster that is playing, and yeah, that's enough. Alessandro, although losing the die roll, wins game 1. We mentioned how he only lost to Dragon Link at this event, but now he's only one game away from redeeming himself. What do you think Alessandro is gonna side for this match?
So considering that he will go second, Dark Ruler No More will most likely be in his main deck, and also the Nibiru, the Primal Being, for sure will hit the spot. Apart from that, I don't really see anything else going inside. There's the OG,
Yeah. Mystical Space Typhoon. 3 copies of MST in the side deck. Definitely an interesting choice. But also Ultimate Slayer,
Yeah.
which is one of those cards that was hyped up but never really saw too much play, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that in action in this matchup.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, Matteo is the one who needs to improvise more, and he has a lot going for him, because just like the previous Dragon Link deck, he's siding 3 Skill Drain,
Yeah.
and Skill Drain is amazing against Flowanderies. And what else is amazing against Flowanderies? Draw and Lock. So he has really good tools in his side deck. It will come down to whether he can pick one of those up, because main deck wise, I think I give the advantage to Alessandro, especially because Shifter is there.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And
the
Shifter
point.
is amazing
Yeah,
against this
it's
deck.
incredible, honestly. And I mean, especially seeing game 1, we were not really expecting this direction, I would say. But in the end, the Harpy's Feather Duster changed the game entirely. And
Absolutely.
I mean, this is something that you don't really expect, especially playing against Dragon Link. But you know, you may never know.
We'll see, but regardless, our duelists are ready to shuffle their side decks. Let's go and find out the winner of game 2. Here they are, and again, Matteo obviously hoping to draw at least a playable hand. Let's not forget that he completely bricked in game 1. And that's much better. Lubellion, is there a shifter from Alessandro? No, not the case. Sigh of relief from Matteo, for sure.
Ooh, also Cal Space.
Wow.
What a start.
Cow Space, favorite card from Andrea Rizzo in the last round. And can't blame him. This card is amazing when it resolves.
The card itself is incredible, honestly. It gives you so much advantage, not only by searching the Wyvern Buster or the Collapse Serpent, but also by taking them back and draw one card.
On paper, it's a -1. In reality, it's like a +4, probably.
Infinite, yeah.
But, yeah, this is exactly what's going on here. And we do see the skill drains in the deck. If he gets to draw one of them with the Cow Space, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you mentioned, Cow Space works so well with Wyvern Buster and Collapse Serpent.
Yeah.
It basically makes it so that they are not limited, but kind of semi-limited, because as you can see here, you recycle it and get it back. Let's see this draw. Obviously looking for that skill drain or draw and lock, the most impactful cards in this matchup. Is he also playing the Ravine? I would say so, right? So usually what you do here is you get Ravine with the Romulus. Instead, gonna go for the Spheres. Interesting. And this might just be it. Okay.
Okay.
Magnamut gonna be activated and used to get back Telebellion, which is can get the beast.
Yeah.
And this is pretty much, again, bestial control at its finest. In the end phase, you can search even the Levian here, but for now, obviously, bestial's not the greatest disruption against Flowanderies, but I think I see a Cosmic maybe.
Ooh.
Oh, but here is the Nibiru, not the greatest, especially because he would actually trigger the Hieratic Spheres, tributing it. And yeah. I mean, yeah, that's probably... Let's see, he can special summon any dragon, and he could be the Tracer. Yeah. Not a surprise, Tracer coming down. Could just get rid of the token to special summon. Oh, nice, it's the talent into, let's see, a Nibiru. And yeah, gets rid of the Egglen. Now he knows that trust is there. Therefore, he will do whatever he can not to trigger that.
And also now Alessandro is really hoping to get his hands on anything, because apart from that, there's nothing else left. Yeah, and here comes the recharger, and we might soon be seeing...
You can go into Savage, you can go into a lot of different synchros. As expected, just goes into Savage. Surprisingly enough, going only for the one and not for the linked shoe. Okay. Do you think there is a specific reason for this? Why he wouldn't go for the double negate?
Can't really tell why, honestly, he preferred to go for this line. Especially because, like, I mean, he knows Alessandro's end, and let's see what he picked up. Here comes the spell.
We know about Trust, and here comes the Cosmic. Was it actually used on the activation? Probably just trying to play around the Tribute Summon, but let's see.
Okay, draw the fill spell. And Alessandro has seen enough.
He has seen enough, picks up his card, the quick game shoe, and the score is even. We are deciding in game 3 who will be the winner of the final round of Swiss for today. Definitely an interesting one, but if Matteo has some very good card going first, that's the same for Alessandro, because if it's true that game 1 was won by RP Feather Duster, there is another really good card with a similar name that is RP Feather Storm, and that is quite scarier, and he's playing 3 copies of it alongside Frost. We can search it. So Storm shuts down every monster effect, kind of like Shockmaster did back in the day. And I think that's by far one of the scariest cards alongside Shifter in this matchup.
And on the other hand, Matteo now knows that he will most likely go second. What do you think he could side in this type of matchup?
I think it's similar. You keep the drone and lock. You obviously keep the cosmics. I'm not sure you could keep the skill drain even going second, to be fair. I don't hate it, but I think in general, that's about it. You probably draw Feather Duster, and that's it. Even Cosmic is much better going first than second. But yeah, as mentioned, guys, this is the last game of an exciting day of Yu-Gi-Oh! But at some point, we gotta find a winner, and whoever will advance with a 7-1 record into day 2. The other player falling on a 6-2 record. Nothing to laugh at, still pretty good, but gonna require 3 more wins tomorrow. Our players are ready, so let's go back to the final game of the day, game number 3. Here they are. Alessandro gonna try to set up his Robina plus Storm, most likely. Let's see. Let's see. One last hand for the day. Nice fist bump. And let's end this day 1 on a good note. I don't think there is any interruption in the end from Matteo.
I think there's the shifter.
Yeah,
If
but
I haven't seen.
I don't think Matteo has anything going. And here we see the map. The shifter, what an opening.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. This is as good as it gets.
Especially because Matteo, I think, has a good hand with a lot of spells like Quick Launch, Triple Tactic Talents, Chaos Space, but with the shifter, obviously.
It changes everything. And it's not just shifter.
Yeah.
It's map plus Egglen, which is insane. So I gotta give obviously a great advantage to his opponent. And now cannot search obviously the statue anymore, but this does the trick regardless, as Eggpen is able to search for the Dreaming Town. Another great interruption. And you can see the storms and just how good those could be. I think on the other end, there is also Herald of the Abyss from Matteo. Yeah, alongside Talent, so we'll see.
Also
oh, wow.
Prosperity.
Even Prosperity to try and look for this storm. I think that's the #1 priority.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see this 6 cards. Looking for the storm. Not there, not there. Worst case scenario, Book of Moon is decent.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you take the last interruption you can find. And he does take the Book of Moon. One, again, of the most popular cards this weekend in the main deck. Obviously, really solid against Kashtira, but really good against a lot of other decks going first. Let's see if Matteo can pick up RP Feather Duster. That could be one of the best cards off the top. And it's the Herald of the Abyss already activated on the Empen. So 1,500 life points paid. Okay, interesting. Alessandro taking actually a very unique decision. Gonna go right away for Dreaming Town. And this is actually scary because it makes your opponent thrust and talent active. Obviously, you can go for for Apex if you want.
Yeah.
But you're still giving your opponent a chance to fight back. And he actually goes for Raiza instead.
Okay. Hero the 3 gets back the Ampen. And now Ampen is the field.
And yeah, this is obviously what we have seen lot of time again last year.
Yeah.
But do you like this line walking into the trust and talent?
Yeah, that's the point.
If you don't go for Apex, you know?
Yeah. Because now basically you're a little bit exposed, of course, like there's the shifter, you have the Book of Moon, Ampen is once again on the field. You know, you can never know, right? So quick launch gets activated from Matteo. It is not going to be an easy spot, but now that the Tracer is being summoned, would you go for Book of Moon on it?
First of all, did he summon it in attack? Because if you summon it in attack, you cannot use it with the Ampen. So that's interesting. Wow. But it doesn't matter. Book of Moon is used regardless. And yeah. They are just checking, obviously, with the judges, what I mentioned, which is whether the second effect of Herald of the Abyss applies if the monster is banished. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he cannot use it. Yeah. Yeah, and as mentioned, basically what this change is the add of the unexplored wings was put back into the deck. And now Book of Moon can resolve.
Yeah, it just it goes back
I mean, the face down, to be fair, was known.
Yeah, so it's
They knew it's
no big
Book of
deal.
Moon, so it's fair enough for both players, to be fair. Shouldn't change much. And now we can see whether he just wants to go for the quick launch once again. Cow Space doesn't discard, it sends to the graveyard, which means it cannot be activated when there is shifter.
Yeah. Sets one.
And yeah, sets one and activate quick launch, which, I mean, his opponent might argue that he went for a different play compared to what he was going for, but unfortunately that's just how the nature of things is, as obviously they had to rewind to the illegal activation, and now he's able to chain potentially to the Book of Moon, but he doesn't do it. So this is an interesting line. And there goes the talent, gonna be used to draw, it seems, yeah.
Talent is banished.
Talent is banished, as you can see. But yeah, it seems as if this was not what he was looking for. Maybe there is a skill drain face down, but with 11 minutes remaining, time must be a consideration.